is set to your preferences, and then I will hand over to Józef Kawula. Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to see representatives of the trade unions and employer associations. I'm happy to see colleagues from Italy, colleagues from Romania, colleagues from Spain. I also greet the people who have joined our meeting remotely online because they couldn't come to Malaga in Spain. Yet here we are in this beautiful city and we are starting our meeting. I hope our interpreters are able to put up with us because their work is so important to us. So please, dear speakers, try to speak at a reasonable pace. Okay, so this is our first face-to-face meeting. So I have a suggestion. Let's do a round of introductions around the table. Just tell your name and the organization you represent. Thank you.
Yeah. Perdón. Buenos días, estaba distraído con el teléfono.
Hello, good morning. I'm sorry, I was just playing with my phone. I am at the same time in 3 meetings, and some of them via remote communication and some of them face-to-face. My name is Miguel Guardiola, and I'm here on behalf of the Employer Association from Andalusia in Spain. And we are a regional organization. There are more employer associations in Spain, but we also are a member of a larger organization of employers in Spain, but also we are members of European associations of employers. I think this meeting is an excellent opportunity to get to know a lot of new things, get to meet friends and colleagues from other organizations. And yesterday, I had a conversation with my colleagues from many different countries, and we came to the conclusion that we are all in the same situation, even though there are some differences between our situations because we are from different countries. That's why I am so happy that I could take part in this project, because it gave us an opportunity to share ideas, exchange views, and tell us about the backgrounds, tell each other about the backgrounds in our countries. I hope that today I will also be able to share my thoughts with you. Thank you.
Dobro jutro svima. Ja dolazim iz Hrvatske.
Good morning, everyone. I am from Croatia. I am employed by a trade union of the workers in the metal industry. So this is an industrial trade union. And I want to pass on the greetings from our leader, Siniša Kosic. Unfortunately, he is busy with his other responsibilities and couldn't come to Malaga. And my colleague also had a very tragic experience. Somebody from his family passed away, so our expert couldn't come either. So we apologize for this, but I am here on site and I represent the organization we are both from. I am really happy that I am here with you in this room. I've been involved in this project from the very start. I believe this project will be very useful to all of us. My organization has roughly 7,000 members, and we are a member of Industrial Europe as a trade union. And we also are a member of the Global Union Trade Union. And also, we are a member of the biggest confederation of trade unions in Croatia, which is called the Independent Trade Unions of Croatia. I am really happy that we've been invited to take part in this project, and I'm happy this project is a success. Thank you.
Bien, buenos días, compañeros y compañeras.
Good morning, dear colleagues. My name is Alvaro Garrido, and I'm here on behalf of a trade union, Comisiones Obreras, and I'm specifically from the industrial division. We represent employees from various industries, mining, aerospace, steel production, agriculture. I could name could name these branches for a long time. And we are present in over 200 works councils. And my colleague is also here with me, and he will introduce himself and he will tell you more about this. We are happy to be part of this project, and we are looking forward to what we can learn here. And my name is Jose Manuel Casado, and I am responsible for the industrial policies in Comisiones Obreras Trade Union. And just like Alvaro said, we represent virtually all the industries in Spain. I work at ArcelorMittal. That's why I know some of the colleagues here from the European Works Councils. And as part of this project and similar projects, I am ready to learn new things and share my expertise and experiences, and all this to represent our workers in the best way possible, both the ones in our country, but also in all over Europe. Thank you. Good morning. I'm here on behalf of the independent trade union of the workers of ArcelorMittal in Poland. I am the leader of the trade union. And I have come here together with my colleagues from Krakow. And actually, that's all I wanted to share in the beginning of our meeting. Thank you. Hello, good morning. My name is Ryszard Filus. I'm here on behalf of ArcelorMittal Poland Trade Union, and we represent the workers of ArcelorMittal, and I am the leader at a company that operates in Poland, and it operates in fire retardant materials. Right now, we are in the middle of a crisis, and there are quite a lot of layoffs. 20% of our workforce needs to be made redundant. So our mood is quite low right now. Hello, good morning. Happy to see you. My name is Dominik Owczarek, and it's my great pleasure to be an expert in this project. I've been invited to take this role by the project leader. On a daily basis, I work at the Institute of Public Affairs. This is a think tank that focuses on research and on providing solutions for public policies. I am personally interested in social policies and in particular social dialogue. And for years, I have conducted research, including comparative research into the social dialogue. And I am vitally interested in European Works Councils. I am also interested in many other topics, and you know that really well because we've been all carrying out other projects together, for example, relating to twin transition and the mechanisms of social dialogue, such as collective bargaining or other types of social dialogue. For example, union membership, other types of works councils, etc. I'm really happy that we can meet face to face, and I think everybody loves face-to-face on-site meetings. Any remote meetings, even the best ones, cannot replace face-to-face conversation. Happy to share my experiences with you. All right, I would like to apologize for my voice. Actually, I have a sore throat, and I don't know if I will be able to speak freely today, but I'm doing something about it, don't worry. Okay, so I am the leader of the independent trade union of ArcelorMittal Poland. We have 2,000 members, and we are members of confederations of the workers of the metal industry, and this confederation has 18,000 members, and we are the largest trade union in this industry, and we have all Poland Trade Union Alliance has more than 500,000 members. It's been the 17th year that we have carried out projects like this one, EU projects, Norwegian projects, and we work really well with the employers from the Leviathan organization. Nearly all projects we carried out together with Leviathan. I'm happy to see Jose Manuel Casado, who is my dear friend. I don't want to bore you, but I want to share something with you, useful to both trade unions and employers. We are in the middle of negotiations with the owner of ArcelorMittal Europe, and we will tell you what's happening all over Europe, what direction are we going to, what has happened, and we've been invited to the meeting in June. It will be for a full week, and we are expected to give an opinion on a decision that the owner wants to take and wants to relocate production to India. And we are not happy about this, and we will tell you the details later during the day. Thank you very much. Hello. Good morning. My name is Marek Nowak, and my colleagues mentioned, and it's true, that I am a member of the independent trade union in ArcelorMittal. It's a subsidiary company to another bigger company that operates in the area of railway transport, and it has 4 steel plants in Poland. Happy to see you face to face today. I hope this is going to be a very fruitful meeting. Thank you. Good morning. Happy to see you. My name is Jarosław Kurdziel. I am from the Lesser Poland Association of Employers, and just like the colleague mentioned, we have carried out so many projects together with the trade unions, and we are a member of the Leviathan Confederation in Poland, and the Confederation also is a member of many European employer structures. And we also carry out another project, and I hope to be able to work with you on that project as well. I'm happy to be here. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Łukasz Łukaj. I'm here on behalf of the Leviathan Confederation. That's an all Poland largest association of business, mostly in the private sector, but also some of our members are co-owned by the state. Right now, Leviathan Confederation has more than 5,000 members and more than 50,000 employees are represented by our business owners, are employed by our business owners. I was up to date, not very much involved in this project. Today, I am going to make up for it, and I would like to tell you about our confederation. We are a member of the European Confederation of Employers, Business Europe, just as our colleagues from Spain. They are also a member of that organization. Our structure is twofold. On the one hand, we bring together industrial associations, and we have more than 20 such associations, and we are present in many different parts of our economy. And we have and the second part is a regional structure, and we have more than 20 regional branches. And I am happy to say that I am a director for the development of regional operations. And that's why we closely collaborate with the Lesser Poland branch represented by Jarek. We are also vitally interested in social dialogue. This is one of the major areas of our activity, and this is organized in the form of what was formerly known as the Tripartite Commission. Right now, it has changed, and all the laws need to be consulted with all the partners to the social dialogues. And there are three partners: the trade unions, the government, and the employers. In Europe, NGOs are also involved. And at the regional levels, we have the regional social dialogue councils. And we use these councils to discuss many vital and key topics. I'm sure many countries would say that the effectiveness of social dialogue is, well, mixed. In Poland, we do our best. It's still far from being perfect, but we operate on various levels, and we try to engage in discussions, conversations between the employers and the trade unions. But also we are engaged in conversations at the international level, and this is a very valuable insight we can get from such conversations. And I believe we have a very strong working relationship with All Poland Trade Union Alliance, OPZZ, and other trade unions that are associated with OPZZ. If, for example, in the Lesser Poland, Małopolska. I'm happy to be here. It's an honor to be invited to be part of this beautiful team. Thank you very much.
Bună ziua, mă numesc Georgiana Moise, vin din România, de la Confederația Patronală din Industria.
Good morning, I am from Romania,
Sunt angajată patronatului.
From the trade union from the Association of Employers in the construction industry. And apart from the construction industry, also the metallurgy industry. Most of us represent the metal industry. Right now, this industry is going through a very difficult phase. In Romania, we are also struggling. We have some difficulties sourcing raw materials. I think we have reached a critical point, but we'll see what happens in the future.
Good morning, Luciano Ionovan. I'm from Romania, and I represent the Cartel Alpha trade union, especially trade unionists from banking, finance industry. We have over several thousand employees that are part of our trade union. I am also a member, a representative of the most important trade union that gathers insurance agents, and I really hope that I will be able to learn a lot of interesting things during our meeting today. Among them, matters connected to the way of operation of trade unions that gather employees and employers in Europe. We are one of the biggest trade unions, and we have 2 collective agreements signed. And when it comes to our associations with Europe, we're members of Uniglobal Europe, and we are cooperating with them in all areas of interest to us, of interest to our employees and representatives. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome, everyone. My name is Angelo Serbas, and I'm from Italy. I represent the Independent Trade Union FAST, and today I am here in the capacity of a representative of the SMA Foundation. This is a foundation that we created, we established in order to give value and to give support with our research, analysis, and discussions just like this one today, to support and give help to all employees, workers that face any types of problems. So with the help of this foundation and our scientific research, also with the support of various types of funds, including university funds, we're trying to create the conditions that allow us to help employees, workers in difficult situations. The SMA Foundation was created under this name, SMA. Why? Where did the name come from? The foundation was established on a basis of an independent trade union that was established back in the 1940s. This was a trade union that represented the railway industry, and we wanted to recall this trade union with our name. We wanted to incorporate it in our name, and hopefully this will give us some opportunities to participate in interesting debates and discussions. In Italy, we're now facing quite a lot of changes, especially those regarding the protection of workers. And when I hear you speak, ladies and gentlemen, it seems to me that we're all in the same boat. I really hope that this is just a wonderful start to introduce some positive change. Thank you. Welcome, good morning. My name is Giorgio Tanevini. I've already had the chance to meet some of you, ladies and gentlemen, because we were responsible for servicing for the management of the whole SUSEP project, SUSEP. I'm really glad to see you here today. I think this is an excellent project, and I am convinced that our work was fruitful and that we created interesting content, materials that will later be used by others. I'm really happy and glad to be here today in this room with you, ladies and gentlemen, and I would like to wish us all a fruitful meeting. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to ask our participants online to introduce themselves as well.
Dzień dobry, Kamila Banasik, Brudny Małopolski Związek Pracodawców.
Hello, Kamila Banasik. I am from the Leviathan Association of Employers. Can you hear me?
Ja niestety bardzo przepraszam,
Yes.
chwilowo bez kamery.
Excuse me, my camera is off.
Z wizją również, ale
around noon, I will be able to join you with my camera on. I regret that I cannot be here. I cannot be today in Malaga together with you in person.
Niestety. Tak, niestety muszę uczestniczyć też w innych spotkaniach.
Unfortunately, I have other responsibilities I have to attend to today and tomorrow.
Żałuję, że nie
and I do regret, as I've said, that I am not there with you during the final conference of our project. Thank you very much. Thank you to my colleagues for representing us today. I'd like to thank you for our cooperation. Thank you to Mr. Kawula and Mr. Dominik Owczarek. I can confirm that our cooperation was very smooth and we understood each other really well. And I'd also like to thank all project partners for all our meetings that were very rich in content and information. Owing to those meetings, we were able to share knowledge and share experiences that enriched us. Thank you once again, and I will join you later afternoon with my camera on. And for now, I will just try to listen in and to listen to what is being said. Thank you.
To bardzo proszę przedstawiciela z Chorwacji, szefa zresztą Federacji.
Thank you. I'd like to now ask Sinisa Kosic from Croatia to introduce himself. Good morning. I'd like to say hello to everyone from Zagreb. I am Sinisa Kosic. I'm the representative, the president of the trade union, Croatian trade union representing the industrial metal industry trade union. I'm very sorry that I'm not there with you in Malaga. I was in Malaga twice so far, and it was great each time. I believe that this project on European work councils is very important. We only have 3 such councils in the metals industry in Croatia, in 3 major centers. But as it turns out, this is a very important area to work at. The basic thing is that it enriches social dialogue, it improves social dialogue between workers and employers, and this is very important. And the participation in work councils allows us to obtain crucial information that can be of key importance for our companies in Croatia. As we do not have a lot of EWCs, we can say instead that we have quite a lot of nationwide work councils in Croatia. Wherever our trade union of the metal industry operates, there is a significant number of people that allows us to establish work councils and to establish our own work councils, because then through this dialogue with employers, we make the whole process of collective bargaining smoother, as we already then have whole systems in place that make negotiations easier, and the whole atmosphere, the whole climate changes. This project gave us very concrete tools that will later allow us to work in works councils. We can also implement them not only in European work councils, but also in our nationwide work councils. That was all I wanted to say, and I'm just sorry not to be able to attend the meeting live, in person in Malaga. Good morning, Vjeran Minaric. I am also from the SMHIS trade union from Croatia, a trade union gathering representatives of the metal industry. I enjoyed this project a lot, and I'm really sorry that it now is drawing to an end and that it will definitely end tomorrow.
Dziękuję Państwu za takie fajne, obszerne, miłe
Thank you. Thank you for sharing this information about your trade unions. Now over to our expert. Let him guide us in a place that we want to get to. We will, of course, jump in at any moment when there's something pressing to discuss. Thank you for that, and thank you for your participation. Thank you for being here, ladies and gentlemen, because after all, that's why we meet to exchange views, opinions, and experiences. There are representatives here at this table and on the line of trade unions and employers' organizations, and I'm really hoping that these diverse perspectives will be shared during our session today, and I do hope that we will be able to discuss these diverse, sometimes perhaps contrary perspectives. Before moving on to the gist of the presentation, I will just mention that we have 2 days of the conference ahead of us. It might not be enough to discuss all key issues, but hopefully we'll be able to fit a lot of content in these 2 days. Our coordinator asked us to share the streaming from our today's meeting because everything that is happening today is being recorded and streamed on social media. So anyone who wants to can follow us through social media, follow us online. So I'd like to encourage all our participants in Malaga and those that joined in online to share the link to this streaming in your social media. You are quite big organizations in your countries, so I'm sure that your social media channels are quite active and you have a lot of followers there. So when you share the link, there's quite a big chance that we will be able to reach a wider audience with today's meeting and today's presentation. That is all when it comes to housekeeping information.
È quello di YouTube che trovate in chat, non quello di Zoom perché sono 2 cose diverse.
I just wanted to say that this is the YouTube link, not the one that was shared in the chat, but the link to the streaming from today's meeting is there. Excuse me, actually it is there on the chat, in the chat box. Thank you. Very well. All right. Let us begin then. I believe that it is worth starting with a short update on the status quo. As you very well know, it is exactly now that the directive on EWCs is being amended, and we have referred to that many ways. Last week, an agreement, a tri-dialogue agreement was signed between the representatives of the Council of the European Union and the European Parliament as to the final shape of this directive, this recast of the directive. Of course, there's still a lot of heat in the air because we don't yet know the final shape, the final draft. I went to the website of Business Europe and other organizations that might be able to share with us the final version, but we don't have any updates on that yet. So we are still in the dark as to the final recast, the final shape of the recast. In a couple of days after we're back from Spain, it is quite possible that the text of the recast will be published and that it will be available. I would also like to add that this agreement was signed during the Polish presidency because it is Poland that took over the presidency in the Council in the first half of 2025. So we are proud, very proud because of that. And we are counting on this recast, this agreement to be satisfactory to all interested parties. And now let me move on to my presentation. You can see it on the screen. Here you can see our partners. We've already had the chance to make this round of introductions. So let me just put it here in plain sight so you can refer back to that if you need. And now, just as a reminder, so that we have a good starting point, what was the key aim of the project? The main objective is to provide comprehensive support to EWC's representatives, especially when it comes to the establishment of EWCs and providing them with very concrete tools that give them support. Apart from that, we're counting on an exchange of experiences and a discussion on all pressing matters related to European Work Councils. It's not only about the recast of the directive, but also about the current affairs and the current state of play when it comes to the situation of EWCs that you are members of. And today we will hear about what has been going on also in the ArcelorMittal concern. I really do hope that our colleagues from both Poland and Spain will share their experiences with us today. And now a short review of all actions that have already been undertaken. Today is the final conference. So this is just a short summary of everything that was done. We started off with a short needs assessment that was to diagnose the needs when it comes to trainings. Then we wanted to deliver various types of materials, written materials and content from trainings for the members of the project. Later on, we elaborated a whole toolkit and an e-learning platform for self-study. We also had online working meetings and a seminar, an online seminar addressed to a wider audience. So an audience that not only includes the participants of this project, but also other interested parties. Today, we will be summing up all actions undertaken as part of the project. We'll be discussing dissemination activities such as our website. Our leader really made sure that not only our partners, but also others learn about our project and about our achievements here, and wanted to go with that to a wider audience so that they could access it and read about it. Now, the main products, the main results of the project can be found on our website, and as I can see, the organizers translated and also printed out the toolkit, both the toolkit and the practical guide, and you can see them in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. I opened these materials so that I can remind everyone that joins online about the difference between these two tools, the toolkit and the practical guide. So the toolkit was translated into Polish as zestaw narzędzi. So it is in fact a toolkit, a set of tools that contains very practical advice when it comes to European work councils. We are talking here about the establishment, the creation of EWCs, so what companies can establish an EWC, what is the necessary number of employees that you must have, how to establish the special negotiating body, what are the main objectives of such body, and then moving on, there is information on the consultation and information processes in EWCs, information on efficient communication and meetings, organization of meetings from the technical side. So interpretation, whether these meetings should be taking place online or on-site. We are also talking about trainings and capacity building among members of EWCs, and we're also suggesting a self-assessment tool that allows everyone to assess, evaluate the effectiveness of European work councils. So these are very practical things, practical solutions and materials that you can use and you can have access to when going to our website. It's there for anyone who might be interested.
The guidebook is a bit more comprehensive. The practical guide, has some universal truths, and also it contains a summary of the research phase, which was the first phase of our project. There was also an account of the meetings that we held as part of this project. So in the beginning, in the practical guide, we present the legal framework with practical tips, and also we present the model consultation and information processes, because I don't need to remind you that EWCs are bodies for information and consultation at the transnational level in multinational companies. There is also a chapter dedicated to benefits of EWCs for employers, because we wanted to show that it's not only the trade unions and employees that benefit from the operation of EWCs. We wanted to show that this body is beneficial to employers, and this chapter, I hope, will encourage companies, businesses to allow establishment of EWCs and welcome the initiatives from the workforce to establish an EWCs. And also it will encourage, hopefully, employers to actively engage in a dialogue with EWCs. There is also a short summary of case studies you have presented as part of your reports, and there is also recommendations and conclusions, and we will elaborate on this later on. So this was just a very short summary of what we have done in the past 2 years. It's a recap of what we've done for those present here, but also for the people who may listen to us via the streaming facility. If you don't have anything against it, I would like to share with you another product or deliverable. It was elaborated as part of a different project, and please don't treat it as a competition, but I believe you may also find it useful. And this is a chatbot, and this is a very innovative tool. It was created by the project called EWC Mentor, and this chatbot is powered by artificial intelligence, and this chatbot specializes in the topic of EWCs. And you may wonder what is the added value of that tool relative to ChatGPT or other tools based on artificial intelligence. Well, I assure you there is added value. And the general chatbots and AI are mostly based on the information available on the web and other materials that were, well, let's say, fed to that machine. So they are imperfect. And these chatbots, when they do not have access to information, they tend to hallucinate or provide untrue information. And we are all aware of the limitations of the AI tools available currently. And this chatbot has some added value, and this is because proven and verified material has been uploaded to it. Nearly 100 pages have been prepared by experts based on research data, on literature and relevant data. And this chatbot will only answer users' questions based on that verified and proven material. So it will not hallucinate about this. And there is also a functionality which assures that if the chatbot doesn't know the answer to a user's question, then only in this scenario, it can look for information elsewhere, outside of that 100-page document. And then there is the possibility it may not say truthful information. But this chatbot also refers people to experts when they cannot find an answer, or if the user is not fully satisfied with the answer, would like to find out more about a certain topic, or is not sure whether the answer provided is correct. And then the person is referred to an expert. This tool is really useful, and it's especially useful for people thinking about establishing an EWC, because this is when you usually look for quite a lot of information. But I hope it will be useful also to the existing members of EWCs who look for more sophisticated data and advice and information, and they will find it there. So I hope you will have a chance to simply look at the page and test how this chatbot works. We are now moving on to an introduction to our two-day conference. And again, this is going to be the gist of all the information we have shared here. So first of all, let me talk to you about the challenges faced by EWCs. So let me remind you that EWCs operate in multinational companies, and by definition, they find themselves struggling with various different national contexts, various industrial relations, differing economic situations in countries in Europe and outside of Europe. And sometimes these challenges even have a global dimension. And there are also various complications resulting from the clash of different contexts in the area of culture, economy. There are also some difficulties with overcoming the language barrier. And of course, we can find a number of solutions to address that problem. And everything that is said during an EWC meeting should be translated into the languages of all the members. And also the involvement of members and their mandate It's also another area of struggle because there is the varying trade union density across the countries, and this affects the mandate of the trade union, of the EWC members, but also it affects their negotiating power. There are also some challenges around not always favorable approach, not always friendly approach of employers to the EWCs. And please don't think I am not being objective here. I am mostly referring to the research findings and the conclusions formulated by EWC members. And they have mostly pointed to the reluctance among the employers towards the operation of EWCs. Of course, the decision-making process is quite complex, and I've said it already in the beginning. If we have a multinational company, then usually the decision-making process needs to take into account a lot of factors, political, economic, and social factors, which are of strategic importance for the company and also for the entire sector. There is also an important challenge, and many of you have mentioned this, and it is the changing business environment and the economic situation. We know that the metal industry is under quite a lot of pressure, and it's one of the toughest periods for the metal industry in Europe ever. And there are more questions right now than answers to them. And we are not sure how the situation will evolve. We're not entirely sure that the future for the metal industry or the steel industry will be bright. There are also challenges related with the internal workings of the EWCs. And I mean here access to information and transparency. We've talked a lot about the issue of privacy, of data, and this always comes up when there is talk about EWCs. Another challenge is also around the applicable regulations and also enforcement of the regulations. And here we are hopeful that the recast directive will resolve some of the issues, because the recast was actually implemented in response to such challenges. And also, when it comes to the members of EWCs, they need to upskill and be able to fully accomplish their duties and tasks. So, how are these challenges addressed? By EWC members, by management bodies, but also the governments at the national and at the European level, because of course EWCs operate on a transnational level. And let me give you a recap of all the information we have worked on during the project, and also which we have included in the guidebook. According to our diagnosis, there is insufficient knowledge about EWCs. So actually, there is no point in discussing more sophisticated or more advanced information unless we reach those who could potentially be interested in establishing an EWC with the basic information. So let me quote some numbers. Right now, EWCs operate only in 1/3 of all the companies which could establish an EWC. So in 2/3 of the companies, there is no such body, and there could be one for consultation and information. So there is a lot of room for improvement. And the existing EWCs actually cover only half of the workforce, which could potentially be covered by EWCs. So there is virtually 1/2 of employees which cannot practice their or exercise their right to information and consultation at a multinational company. So there is still a lot of room for us, the social partners, to first of all inform them about this possibility and about this new mechanism. And then after we have informed them, we need to supply more advanced knowledge to them. And also during our project, we highlighted that we need to include the employer's perspective, because naturally, whenever you talk about EWCs, you mostly focus on the point of view of the employees or the trade unions. And sometimes the employer's perspective it's sort of neglected. And it shouldn't be the case. And it may even be a barrier in establishing EWCs. And if you convince employers that this is a very successful body, they will be more favorable to accepting one at their establishment. There is also some recommendations about the recast directive, and there have been some specific measures proposed. And one of them was quite controversial, and it relates to the sanctions or penalties and which the employees believe are insufficient under the current legislation. So this was the subject matter of the debate, and I'm sure this has been regulated by the new agreement, which we still don't know the content of yet. Okay, there were some also conclusions about involving the social partners at the time of transposing the new recast directive. We all know very well that we operate in various national contexts, and there can be small differences, different regulations at the local level, different circumstances, which could limit the potential of the EWC directive, and it falls upon the social partners to not to let that happen. And we want all these key concepts from the recast directive to find their way to the national legislation, particularly in Central and Eastern Europe, where the EWCs are less numerous and where the engagement of the workforce is maybe less intense. That's why the social partners have a role to play here, and they need to ensure that new directive is transposed well to the national legislation. Also, there was a mention of the national authorities, such as labor inspectorates, that play an important role in ensuring the new regulations or the existing regulations are complied with. And it's very important for the European social model, and it's also very important for the development of social partnership we are so proud of in Europe, because this sets us apart from other parts of the world, such as the US or Asia. There is also a specific recommendation and a conclusion regarding confidentiality, because we have devoted quite a lot of our attention to confidentiality. And actually, this recommendation is closely related to the recast of the directive. So we need to eliminate any discrepancies in the understanding of what is and what is not confidential information. And we need to avoid situations in which every material discussed at an EWC meeting is considered to be confidential and is subject to confidentiality rules. Actually, it invalidates the idea behind EWCs and the idea of being informed and being consulted, because actually it shuts the mouths of the EWC members who come back from the plenary meeting, general meeting, and cannot share anything with their colleagues except what the weather was or whether the food was good or not. So there should be a clear definition of confidentiality, and we all need to stick to it in order to maintain the spirit of sharing information and ensuring consultation with EWC members.
Moving on, we have also prepared recommendations concerning problems that have previously been indicated, so raising the effectiveness of the information process. What is key here is the moment, the right moment, timing when the information is passed on, or when you ask employees to provide their opinions and comments. The stage at which these processes should take place is before the decision is made and not after the decision is made by a corporation, because after the decision is made, then not much can be done, right? You are only able to obtain greater knowledge, but it's not about building a partnership in a corporation. So a research clearly shows that only 1/4 of EWCs use this mechanism that allows to consult a decision before it is actually made. So here's a lot of room for improvement. Another recommendation that resounded very strongly during our previous meeting is to not limit ourselves to the absolute minimum when it comes to the number of plenary sessions during 1 year. Our recommendation is that such meetings should be held at least twice a year, plenary meetings, and then they could be supplemented with the work of working groups, and these working groups can meet online, in part at least, to cut down the costs of these processes. We also indicated concrete subjects that these working groups could discuss: decarbonization, digitization, sustainable development. These are all issues that can be discussed in working groups. We all know that each and every of these areas is not only the subject matter of national and EU policies, but also very concrete directives and regulations that influence the operations of transnational and multinational companies. So these matters could be discussed within working groups of EWCs. There was also another recommendation from the trade unions that said that these EWCs could perhaps provide guidelines when it comes to wages. We need to make one thing clear: they cannot enter in any sort of agreement when it comes to wages, because this is not their mandate. Although in some statements made by representatives of trade unions, We saw such expectations, but let's now focus on what's objectively attainable. So an EWC could perhaps present certain recommendation when it comes to an increase of wages, equal opportunities, transparency of wages, etc., etc. So this can be a transnational matter. And a final thought that I'd like to share with you is that there are also many problems connected with the quality of translations. Some documents are not translated into the national languages of all members or representatives and participants of EWCs. So this is something that we might perhaps concentrate on as well. It doesn't concern the legal system, but the best practices that are employed in particular EWCs. We also touched upon the preparation of members of EWCs, so training sessions, various workshops on matters that are key to the functioning of a given company, but also trainings on general matters. I can even imagine language workshops so that the members of an EWC could go and complete a language course. This would be, in fact, an investment that would later in time allow an EWC to reduce the cost of its operations, because if all members of an EWC had a minimal, at least level of, for instance, English or other language, then the costs of translations would be lower. This is considerable saving. This means considerable savings on the part of the employer. There was also another recommendation, and it concerned inter-trade union cooperation. So cooperation not only between management board and members of EWCs, but also cooperation between members of different EWCs. We could see greater cooperation and exchange of information here, maybe also some study visits that would allow members to compare contexts and to understand the functioning of a given corporation. I believe that this recommendation is very important and very useful. And that is all when it comes to a short recap of the project, of our recommendations that can serve as an introduction to this meeting. Maybe you have some questions or remarks or a suggestion on how we can complement these recommendations, then we will have time for that today. Maybe there is something you'd like to touch upon right now, then you're most welcome to do that. And if not, then I'd like to invite our keynote speakers to take the floor now. Maybe they will inspire us here to discuss these matters today and tomorrow. So if there are no questions to me, then I would like to pass on the mic to the representative of the ArcelorMittal Trade Union in Poland. And I'd like to invite them to give their presentation. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome on this lovely warm day. Dominic already mentioned that we will be giving a presentation now on EWCs in the context of polycrisis, the twin transition, digitization, and restructuring processes. So now I'd like to welcome you all and start my presentation with a definition that you probably are well aware of, well familiar with. So metallurgy. What is metallurgy? It is a branch of industry that also deals with the treatment of metals and production of ready-made metal products up until the first half of the 20th century. the state of this industry was a way to measure the development of a country's economy. It is a process, it is an industry that is key to every economy, but just like every other process, it undergoes transitions and transformations. Right now, this is digitization and green transition. These two trends shape the future of metallurgy, the whole economy, and the whole society. On the one hand, technological progress opens up new possibilities, but on the other hand, the growing significance of sustainable development poses very concrete challenges in front of us when it comes to the protection of our environment. And the metallurgy industry is influenced by all this. As I've mentioned, digitization and green transition can influence one another, but nobody knows yet if the digitization supports green transition fully, because the final effect depends on various factors. For instance, how technology will be used by various branches and segments of the economy. Now, let me refer to the benefits of modern technologies. They can be used and applied in various aspects of our lives. And these new technologies provide us with tools to change the reality and to improve the quality of our lives. But we need to add that we need to understand them properly and use them properly. And as for now, we don't yet know in which direction the development of AI can go. So we can't really say that we know what the future holds. 10 years ago, nobody imagined something like ChatGPT and generative AI. It seems that as a civilization, a new generation of people, we are becoming more and more mature, and that we might, we can use the chances, the opportunities that these new technologies bring. I myself am of an opinion that, of course, we need to change our lives in order to progress. And here another key issue is the role of education when it comes to new technologies, because education plays a fundamental role in making the society understand the available technologies and making it possible for societies to use them. And what follows, we need to bear in mind that a personal benefit that these technologies bring should be perceived through the lens of the benefits the entire societies and planet. We need to think of people as reasonable beings that can use technology in a responsible way. And I need to highlight that this is the only way to achieve a balance between technological progress and protection of the environment. It sounds quite simple, but just like in every economic calculation, we have added value and we have the cost. And let me go back to metal industry that experiences both the digital transition and green transition. A digital transformation improves processes connected with the sales of steel, with logistics operations, etc. Then, on the other hand, green transition makes metal industry and other energy and other similar industries bear the costs. We have been facing a lot of collective redundancies. Only in the metals industry, it amounted to 1,200 jobs and more jobs in collaborative industries and branches connected with the metal industry. Then we are faced with the drastic increase in the prices of energy and the Green Deal policies that are also taking a toll on our industry. Steelworks in Europe are fighting for their spot on the EU market. They're fighting with other companies, not EU companies, that are not burdened with the European Green Deal policies. Let me give you an example. The situation right now, the status quo now, is the paradox, is absurd. ArcelorMittal, the main producer of steel in Poland, it pays off more for ArcelorMittal to pay for products that are shipped by sea from India, and to pay the transportation costs, to pay all of these costs to get these products to Poland, and still the cost of the products will be lower than manufacturing them here in Poland because of the regulations that stem from the European Green Deal. This is an unprecedented situation. I cannot recall a similar one. It is a dangerous trend because, well, and that is my thought, my point of view. The European metal industry is ending, and maybe we'll have treatment plants that will just use raw materials that come to us from Asia or other places and then manufacture their products. But this is probably the best case scenario. In Poland, among the threats in various industry are not only the prices of energy and other increases in costs. There are other important issues, such as the market being flooded by steel products from outside of the EU. And the problem has been augmenting for the past years, and we haven't been able to establish proper tools to protect our market from unfair competition. We have the CBA, Carbon Border Adjusted Mechanism, that theoretically is to level the chances between our plants and the plants from outside of the EU. It will be implemented in 1 year, but we still don't know what its results might be. So all I'm drawing your attention to is the cost, the social cost, the human cost. As representatives of the independent self-governing trade union ArcelorMittal in Poland, we are faced on a daily basis with challenges that touch upon the social aspects, the human aspect, because all employees have the right to know what is the future of their company, what is their future. So now going back to the main topic, I think that this is the need that drives the establishment of EWCs. Let me remind you of the definition. EWCs are bodies that can provide a fair information and consultation process. They operate in multinational companies that operate on a European scale. We are also faced with the globalization process. There's also need for greater integration in the EU when it comes to social dialogue. The right of employees to information consultation is a pillar of our rights and freedoms that stems from the EU treaties. A Works Council gave us the opportunity to establish relationships between trade unionists from various countries, to exchange experiences on the working conditions and the problems that the employees are faced with, and EWCs play a key role in multinational companies, making it easier to communicate, to make decisions, to resolve conflicts and disputes, and to involve and engage workers in all European member states. They also bring a lot of benefits to their members: cohesive, coherent communication, engagement, and involvement of employee satisfaction, compliance with European law, regulatory requirements, social responsibility, and the image of the whole company. To sum up, EWCs are the best at this point in time form of cooperation between employees, between workers and employers in a very turbulent world that we're faced with right now.
Thank you very much for this keynote speech and showing us the directions of development and the challenges and the questions that we all struggle with in Europe. I hope we are going to discuss about that today. And now I would like to give the floor to our colleague from Spain, who will present the opinion of the employers. This was the assumption underlying our agenda, to present both the perspective of employees and employers. Miguel, over to you. Thank you very much, Dominique. Today I'm pleased because I can see that we have more representatives of the employers. We have colleagues from Romania and we also have colleagues from Poland. I believe that our arguments will be presented in a strong way. I am hoping to present a top-down analysis. Let's call it this. Andalusia is a region where we operate, and we have over 500,000 businesses. 98% of them are small and medium-sized enterprises. When it comes to small and medium-sized enterprises, we have large enterprises, we have 5,000 of them. And when I say large, I mean here that they conform to the European definition. 886 companies like that. And there are companies over 1,000 employees. There are 6 of them. And I here mean companies such as Carrefour, Airbus, which is a large multinational company where they have a large establishment, but they do not have their headquarters. Why am I telling you about all these numbers? I want to tell you that the largest number of jobs are created by small and medium-sized enterprises. And these enterprises are facing the most serious challenges. And why is that? Because they have less ability to relocate or move their headquarters to another location. Speaking about relocation, we even have a problem when we want to send an employee to a different place of work because the cost of transportation is so high. We live in the times of tariffs imposed by President Trump on the European countries. And these tariffs, let me use an expletive, they simply killed the companies in Europe. And I want to share with you some thoughts. I do not want to downplay the problems you have mentioned, the problems faced by the large companies. Here, we are mostly small and medium-sized enterprises, and our problems are also serious. They are similar. They are connected with the digitalization. They come as a result of the wars, including the one in Ukraine, the war in the Gaza Strip, is also affecting our situation. These are the hostilities, but also trade wars have very negative benefits on us. Our ally, the US, has put us in the spot. Multinational companies are also facing their own problems. I'm not saying they aren't, but they have much more money to handle these difficulties and more resources. But what do the companies need? Small and medium-sized enterprises need more flexibility and more ability to adapt to the changing environments. We also have difficulties with translation. And we also have, with explaining, clarifying. We have a multinational company and they bring up solutions and we need to clarify what the solution is about. So we are fortunate that we live in Europe and we operate in Europe. And here, the environment for business is quite protectionist. But let us remember that the US introduced innovations that China is manufacturing, and what is Europe doing? It's implementing new regulations, and it's making life difficult for both small and large companies. What I also want to share with you is that we are discussing the directive here, the recast directive also, but that's not the most important topic for us. For us, the most important thing is practice and the good practice. We were talking about social dialogue. Yesterday, myself and a colleague from Poland held some drinks, and also the colleague from Spain joined us. So we sat down and we were talking and we were thinking of what tools can help us adapt to the new business environment and to the new world, which is full of challenges and which is changing so rapidly. And this is the world we all live in and we work in. And let's not be afraid to say that we live at the times when everything is shifting. It's a breakthrough moment. Okay, we are all getting older. Some of us have gray hair, others are completely bald. And we remember different times. And we know very well that everything that's going on means that we are at the crucial moment of a breakthrough. All right, speaking about the tools, and we talked to representatives of various employers and companies. Well, we have discussed the point of view of the trade unions quite extensively here, but we know little about what companies think, but it's the companies that make the ultimate decisions. And very often, we have some businesses in our country, but the decisions are taken in another country because the headquarters are located elsewhere, and also they do not feel comfortable with such decisions. We have attended some meetings held by Business Europe with colleagues from Germany, France, and other countries, and we discussed the very same topics with them. What were the conclusions from these meetings? We can see that in reality, EWCs that operate, they operate well, and they are very good tools to support social dialogue. EWCs offer a lot of benefits, and the business owners also recognize that. EWCs help you foresee the effects of what is happening. So EWCs help us to plan for the future better. They help us avoid improvisation. Also, an EWC is a body with which you can hold a well-structured dialogue. Also, it minimizes the uncertainty felt by employees, but also the employers, because we also live in this complex and difficult world. EWCs should be just that, instruments for dialogue. They should not become a parallel decision-making body that will make it even more difficult to operate in an already difficult environment. So, what should come next? Let me give you our perspective. What have we established? EWC members need training. They need better skills in various areas. Right now, this is the biggest need we have identified, and it will help us improve our competitiveness. And as a result of that, this sustainable development and digitalization will no longer pose a threat to us because we will learn to see them as beneficial. In our direct environment, we have established that in our immediate environment, we managed to establish that the EWCs that we have helped to implement a more fair energy transition. What I also would like to add is that we need to find out what EWCs need. And we believe they need clarity, what their competencies are. They must operate on the basis of mutual trust between employees and employers. They should operate on the basis of a will to enter a dialogue, and the will must be present on both sides. EWCs need some technical support, of course, but the cost of technical support is decreasing. In the surveys, they mentioned the cost of translation, the cost of travel. Look, we've managed to come here. A lot of documents have been translated. If we were an EWC, we would be quite well off. So let me come to a conclusion. An EWC is a body that should operate based on trust and co-responsibility, shared responsibility. So I believe supporting EWCs is a good thing, but we should not impose further and stricter regulations. We should make their operation easier. So we should facilitate their operation. And that is the message I wanted to share with you. And thank you very much for your attention. Oh, thank you very much for this keynote speech. Thank you for telling us about the perspective of small and medium-sized enterprises. And it's very good to be aware of your opinions, because we've too often spoke about large corporations where EWCs can be established under the existing regulations. And yeah, the business is a complex world, as Miguel suggested, and it's the small and medium-sized enterprises that actually struggle with collaborating with large enterprises, whether it's between an independent business of smaller size with another business but of larger size, but also a collaboration between the subsidiaries, smaller subsidiaries of a larger corporation. And thank you for highlighting that, because we shouldn't forget about these challenges faced by SMEs. I think that we're all here and will agree with the final message from Miguel. And he highlighted the importance of social dialogue that encourage trust and a feeling of social justice among the partners, as is expected by the European social model. Thank you, dear keynote speakers. We have a few moments before the break. And I know we are a little tired because of the very hot weather. We're just telling it to our colleagues who take part in the meeting remotely. But for the final 7 minutes before the break, I would like to present information about the recast directive. Daniel, could you display my presentation on screen? It's the same one.
Tak, to jest to. Super. Dziękuję bardzo.
Yes, that's the one. Thank you very much.
Tak, to było to.
Yeah, that was the one.
Perfect. Yeah, this is important, yes. Super. To ja już
it was the first half of the 1990s, and then it was recast several times. Actually, it was recast just one time in 2009. Right now, we have the second approach to recast, which will probably take effect into 2025. And somewhere on the way, the directive has operated and it was assessed by the European Commission and also by the European Parliament. And their evaluation resulted in a resolution by the European Parliament, and they decided to introduce some changes to the directive. After this resolution, two-step social consultation process was carried out, and right now we have come to an end of the recast, and it will be finalized soon. I will skip some of the material because it's mostly related to the past and to the first recast. I just want to recap by saying that the first recast actually provided more detailed definitions. What is information? What is consultation? What is a transnational matter? What should the access to training and experts be? However, there are still some challenges, and according to the European Parliament and the European Commission that have examined the operation of the directive in recent years, and they have come to some conclusions in 2018. And as challenges, they highlighted that still a large number of EWCs operate on the basis of regulations that are not the EWC directions, because there is a clause in the directive that permits the keeping of the EWCs operating on the pre-existing regulations. And this is, in a nutshell, an agreement between the employer and the employees. So they sort of operate outside of the EWC directive framework. And there was a proposal from the European Commission to include the EWCs operating outside the directive to the general framework, so that they conform to the general regulations. Another challenge named was the effectiveness of the consultation process. It was stated that there were still some interpretation difficulties what a transnational matter is. And there was also another difficulty associated with enforcement, so respecting the rights entrusted to EWCs. And when it comes to enforcement, there was also a mention of sanctions for non-enforcement. In another year, there was also a proposal from the European Commission, which was consulted with social partners, and it tried to address the challenges that have been diagnosed earlier. I will not repeat the information I've stated already, but what was new was the gender balance, and it should be strengthened, especially in the EWCs. And in response to this proposal, social partners have formulated their answer. And let me summarize ETUC's position and then a joint position of the employers. So basically, the position of ETUC was very close to what the European Commission and the Parliament proposed. Well, the trade unions usually reaffirm what has been stated, but they add also on top of that something. So they wanted all the benefits proposed by the two bodies, but they also wanted some more. And there was a difference in the ETUC's position, and they wanted the sanctions to be proportionate, and they wanted to be prohibitive. And so that the businesses are never tempted to go around the laws. ETUC also stated that EWCs should address the contemporary challenges, for example, the chains of subcontracting, the climate transition plans, the due diligence plans, etc. These are new phenomena that have emerged recently, and the new directive should definitely take that into account. ETUC also mentioned that face-to-face meetings should never be replaced by online meetings, as suggested by the employers from time to time. And also they proposed to establish a tripartite committee to monitor the implementation of the new directive.
And now when it comes to the joint employers statement, well, this was signed by a number of organizations. And the employers highlight that they are satisfied with the state of play when it comes to the functioning of the binding regulations, and that they do not see the need for change, for a recast. What they assessed negatively was the definition, a part of the definition of transnationality, the proposed presumption of transnationality that raised concerns among certain employers. They had concerns about matters, many matters that will now be discussed by EWCs, that this will lower their efficiency. The employers also agreed that the pre-EWC directive EWCs should not be included in the general framework. They wanted to maintain the status quo. They also wanted to maintain the confidentiality definition so that it would not hinder the decision-making process on the part of the management, because what comes into play here are trade secrets and the value of companies listed on stock exchanges, because many of those companies are listed companies. Employers also highlighted their concerns about the costs of experts and the role of experts, also including legal advisory services, which are included in the recast directive. Employers also underlined that instead of a sanctions system, they would prefer to develop regulations and provisions concerning mediation and conciliation, that these would be the preferred interventions. They said that we do not need sanctions, we do not need such dissuasive solutions, but a mediation and conciliation process. They also raised concern about the effectiveness of processes in EWCs. They fear the added administrative burden that would decrease the dynamics and the lightness of operation in EWCs. They would not like to change anything here and anything when it comes to the representation of employees in EWCs. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me refer you to the full text of the recast and of these statements, but these are the most important points. Just recently, we also heard the opinion of the European Economic and Social Committee, but as it is 5 past noon and we're supposed to go for a break, let me just skip that because this is overlapping. It overlaps with the points that I have already been discussing. What can I say here? As a general recap, I would say that this opinion is closer to the solution suggested by the European Commission and trade unions. So this gives you an idea, a general idea about the meaning of the whole opinion, the key concepts there, but please consult the full text online. Here on this slide, you can see the information on the agreement signed on May 21st, the deal reached between the Polish Council Presidency, the European Commission, and the European Parliament. We still do not have the full content of this agreement. That is all from me right now. Now let me invite you to our break, a well-deserved break for all of us and for our interpreters. I spoke for 7 minutes longer, 5 minutes longer, so let's meet again at 35 past noon. Thank you.
Dobrze.
All right, welcome back. We're back after the break. And I hope you are refreshed after our break, because the first session was quite intense. We had a lot of presentations, a lot of speakers, and the weather outside here at Malaga is quite challenging. So it's not that easy to talk about EWCs today in Malaga, but we're back, of course, after the break. And so far, we've managed to stick to the plan, to our agenda. So let me begin the next part of our session. Panel discussion will follow, concentrating on the future of information and consultation mechanisms in multinational companies in the context of contemporary challenges and EU policies. And here in parentheses, we have warfare policies, our defense policies, the issue of decarbonization, environmental protection, and digitization. Well, we have already touched upon some of these topics in the first part of today's meeting. As a rule, during the panel discussion, we'll hear from the representatives of our partner organizations. We have a list of them here. And after these statements, these short presentations, everyone will have the opportunity to join in, to share your comments, your experiences, and your unique perspectives from your member states. Let me just remind you that we have representatives of employers' organizations and trade unions, so you will hear different points of view, not always overlapping, but owing to that, our discussion is fuller and richer and much, much more interesting. So, according to the agenda, during the panel discussion, we will hear from the representatives of the Lesser Poland Association of Employers, the Leviathan Confederation from Poland, and then representatives of trade unions from Romania, and representatives of Comisiones Obreras from Spain, and we hear from our partner from Italy. Let's stick to the agenda. We've been doing this quite well today, so we'll start with the presentation from the Leviathan organization. So I'll pass the mic to my colleague, and the discussion is now officially open. Once again, it's lovely to see you. And when it comes to the future of information and consultation mechanisms, then we are sure that in the era of digitization and AI, the landscape is changing quite rapidly when it comes to digitization itself, especially when it comes to my area, which is employee documentation. The advancements here are quite clear and fast. The changes made in 2019 are now even faster. And in recent times, I have to speak candidly as an employer dealing with payroll and human resources. I get more and more requests from both small and medium-sized and larger companies, requests about the digitization of documents. This is related to the cutting of costs, decreasing the costs of paperwork, the costs of archiving documents, because when we take a look at companies such as ArcelorMittal, where a lot of employees, a lot of workers are employed in the Sędzimir steelworks, then the documentation there is to be stored for 50 years after the term of employment. I believe no one imagines right now that these documents will survive the next 50 years. We used to say that paper is here to stay and that it can be archived. Well, this is now changing, and we prefer to digitize the documents, especially when it comes to those documents concerning wages and employee documentation. So we digitize the documents and then we store them. We store them in the cloud, but we of course make copies and then they are stored on various other drives. We assume that this will be here with us, that this will be stored for 100 years or so, and then we will be able to read the documents. Sometimes I have doubts as to whether some documents need to be stored at all after we faced some the change of legal regulations in 1999. Then since 1999, a lot of the documents, a lot of the documentation has been stored in the ZUS, in the social insurance institution in Poland. So sometimes I have doubts whether some documents should be stored in the companies, but we're faced with a real change. And we need to bear in mind digitization. The documents that are signed and digitized can and in fact should be passed on to the employee, but sometimes nobody wants these documents. So we might say that a lot of the documents are unnecessary. When it comes to information, our employees have access to almost everything. They have employee panels where they have access to their data, digitized documentation. So in fact, they do not need anything else when it comes to their existence in the company. They just need a confirmation of their term of employment and type of employment, and these are the only things of interest to the Polish insurance company, the national insurance company. Through employee panels, our employees have access to our intranet. This is the internal internet where all documents related to legal changes, legal provisions, agreements, everything is stored there. And here we'll also store documents about ESG reporting. This is still in its initial phase, I would say, because many entrepreneurs don't even know when these regulations will come into force. Probably this will be over a longer period of time, and some regulations will come into force first, and then they will be the others will come into force as well. It depends then on a particular company whether they are already storing certain documents concerning, for instance, green energy. We already have clusters concerning green chemistry that's related to green energy, and we can already see the development. And when it comes to information mechanisms, let me refer back to that. They are getting better and better. What is important is that in particular member states, certain legal regulations change, those concerning the storage of old documents, because I believe this is unnecessary. You can just prepare a report and close the subject, and then every employee, every employer has access to these documents. So that's a huge jump when it comes to information technology, when it comes to digitization and the storage of documents, but we still have a lot of solutions from the past times that are in place still. Maybe it's time to change that. I believe that's all from me. Thank you.
I would like to add something, and I'm speaking from the perspective of the workers in my company, ArcelorMittal. The HR has implemented an app. And this is a platform that just a colleague has just described. So it includes all the documents related to employees' work, including the paid time off information and tax returns for the employee. And it has evolved rapidly, and it's really practical. Of course, there is some resistance from the workforce because people working in the metal industry usually middle-aged, and then of course they are reluctant to accept changes. But this app, Hrabka, is really convenient, and the trade unions are really quite pleased with that. And it makes it easier to access documentation, and it's easy also to submit an application or a request. So that streamlines this process. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leviathan, and thank you very much, representatives of the Polish Association of Employers, and thanks for also the additional information. Right now, we will have a contribution or an intervention by our Romanian colleague from the trade unions. Sorry, I made a mistake. Sorry. I also made the same mistake in my opening speech. In this panel, we will have a speech by the representative of the Employers Association from Romania, and the trade unions from Romania will have the floor in the second part of our meeting. So over to you. All right. Thank you for giving me the floor. Let me highlight again that the situation in the metallurgy sector in Romania and in Poland are quite similar. And what the colleague here described has also occurred in our country. People in HR had to tackle not only the daily problems, but they also had to resolve some past issues. They needed to digitize some old documents. Some of them were really defaced, and you couldn't read the information anymore. In our country, the social security system has also been reformed, and it has given rise to quite a lot of problems. People who have worked for some time needed to apply for some certificates, and then HR departments had to handle all these requests. And at the same time, we have access to the register of all workers at the national level. And starting this year, employees are also able to set up an account in that system and use some digital documents. Coming back to the main topic of our discussion, the mechanisms for information and consultation cannot be seen as merely formal obligations, in my point of view. We must start seeing them as strategic instruments to manage a company. The world is changing, and the environment is quite complex. And the ability of a company to adapt to this environment is of paramount importance, and the employees must be definitely involved in the decision-making process to achieve that. And looking at the problems that emerge all the time, especially the war in Ukraine, and the defense policies adopted by Europe, it all affects the supply chains it all affects the capabilities of the workforce and the energy security. So particularly in this environment and in this context, we must ensure greater transparency and greater capability to make decisions at certain companies. On the other hand, we have the European Green Deal, and the industry will need to be transformed as a result of its implementation, and the companies will need to transform. The job market will be transformed as well. Employees will be shifted from one place to another, and the plants will be closed down. If no true consultations are carried out during this process, it will lead to tensions, perhaps even strikes. My colleague has mentioned here the topic of digital transition. And of course, we will need to adopt AI. We will need to adopt other digital tools, and this will redefine our industrial relations, any professional relations we have. New technologies must be introduced in a sustainable way, but also in a transparent way. And that's why we need to have access to flexible mechanisms that will help us make decisions quickly and effectively, and that will help us to take some measures to the benefit of employees. The European Union has decided to devote more attention to the situation of people involved in the decision-making process. However, in practice, there are quite a lot of differences between the member states, or even there are differences within the same country when it comes to implementation of these rules. So perhaps what we need is a global harmonization of the minimum standards, basic standards, and we assume that the consultation process will be digitalized as well, gradually. So companies must be the key player in the decision-making process. Multinational corporations face quite a lot of challenges, including conflicts at the workplace or even disputes at the workplace, to cultural differences and other stumbling blocks. And the employees must be seen as true partners, real partners in the decision-making process. Thank you very much for this contribution. I think that we cannot emphasize enough that we need partnership between trade unions and employer organizations. And also we need partnership in the tripartite dialogue, where the government is also involved. Because we are seeing quite a deficit in that area, particularly in Central and Eastern European countries. And I'm also emphasizing this because that challenge affects the democracy and the quality of social dialogue in our countries. And the social partners from Central and Eastern Europe are often envious about the standards of social dialogue in Western European countries. Well, to tell you the truth, colleagues from Western Europe are not too happy about their situation, but still we in this part of Europe are envious of their situation. So thank you very much for this contribution. Now over to our colleagues from Spain. Who would like to speak? Is it Jose or is it Alvaro? Hello, good afternoon. It's me again. So let us respond to what has been said in the two first contributions. We believe that too many things are being analyzed in Europe. Like we all analyze all the problems that affect us. But we're not so good at finding solutions to these problems. So there are multiple analyses, but no solutions have been coined. So we are falling behind when we compare our industry to that in the US or in China. They make a decision and then they're quick to implement it. Here in the EU, we have 27 different member states, and I understand it may be difficult to come to an agreement, but we must do something about it. Let me give you an example. And Dominic, you mentioned that. The European directive. We started amending it in 2008, and it's 2025, and it still has not been finalized. Once we get to see the final version, it may as well turn out we still need to revise it. So I don't think a lot will change in that respect. Let me talk about this confidentiality clause. We all know that every information is confidential, but on the other hand, then everything leaks to the press. At an EWC, everybody is complaining that information is kept secret and confidential. Europe perceives is affected by a shortage of raw materials. So as the colleague from Poland said, soon we're just going to roll the metals brought from other countries, from Asia or other parts of the world. We need to consider the price of purchase of these raw materials, and we need to take that all under consideration. So we are analyzing everything, the pricing levels, etc. A few days ago, a new plan was developed for the steel industry, and actually I would call it the decalogue of a best practice. But when you look at the specific proposals, then the one to be implemented soonest has to be implemented June 2026. We cannot wait that long. So what we should do is find solutions. We all analyze what's happening in our countries, and then we share the findings with others. And now I am speaking both to the employers and to the employees. We are all in the same boat. We face the same problems. Energy is one of them. Right now in Europe, we are in an unprecedented situation. There are huge projects underway that need to transform industrial Europe. But what are we facing now? Administrative problems with implementing that project. And there are some systems of support. Small companies cannot use that. A big company, such as ArcelorMittal, gets subsidies to pay for the transition. But what turns out is that, for example, to develop a hydrogen project, it's too expensive. Or to use scrap metal, where do you get the scrap metal from these days? That's so difficult. So again, we keep analyzing things, but we forget about the employees. We need to implement energy transition, but to make this possible, we need to find an alternative. In some countries, it's easier. For example, in Spain, it's a hot country. We can use solar energy. But what about Poland? You will face difficulties, and we cannot forget about anyone. We can implement differentiated solutions. There is no one-fits-all solution for everyone, and then we all suffer as a result. And we should not leave anyone behind. Okay, speaking about the digital transition, and our colleague from Romania mentioned it. Well, we like the plan in principle, and the trade unions are mostly concerned with the employment and the employed people. And when thinking about employment, you know you need training. And in companies, there are various teams that need to be trained in various skills. Some of these people are 45 years old, and we cannot forget about them. Well, I look at these recovery plans and reconstruction plans for Poland, for Spain. What can I say about them? Well, companies need to make money because they create new jobs, but they cannot forget about the workforce, because there is not a single company that would make money without people. But of course, some people could work without an employer. Let's keep in mind that everything is changing, and Europe is really the fastest of all in changes. EWCs are the only tool at our disposal now. We need to know the vision of the employees and of the employers. When speaking about any kind of transition, it must be understandable by the employees. If people do not understand or are not convinced about the transition, it will fail. Right now, there is not enough talk about training. We live in the times of technical transformation, and we need well-trained people. And what the companies tell us, oh, we cannot pay for your training because we are now in a difficult financial position. When you want to start manufacturing new products, it's too late to train people. The time to train is now. Okay. I understand that the financial aid is good, but there must be conditions to fulfill before a company is offered financial aid. One of them could be retaining their workforce. So if you pay a subsidy to a company and then it lays off its people, that's wrong. Okay, so I believe in a fair transition, of course, but nobody should be left alone to tackle this problem, not even one company and not even one employee. Let's say you change technology and you cannot sacrifice the companies which operate on the basis of existing technologies, because we will not all move to electric cars tomorrow. Well, keep in mind all the companies that manufacture combustion engines and all the people employed there. So you need to be ready, and you need to have resources to implement the transition. To tell you the truth, we have no idea how to catch up with the US or China in that respect. Europe needs independent industry. During the pandemic, we saw that we don't even have face masks, and we are 5 years later and nothing has changed. We need an independent industry. We need to manufacture in Europe. Our future depends on this. And this applies to not only the industry, this also applies to agriculture. I think that time has come for us to stop analyzing and over-analyzing, and it's time for us to start preparing solutions. So let's roll up our sleeves and let's invest in the areas where we need investment. Otherwise, we will just roll the steel that has come to Europe from other countries, from outside of the EU. This is my opinion. This is my position. Let me also emphasize that social dialogue is the best tool. Employees and employers must simply come to an agreement and to an understanding. Otherwise, what's left? In companies where there is no social dialogue, well, the situation is really dire. In Spain, 450 million was spent on an RD project. That's quite a lot of money for an RD project, but the question is, how is the project going to be implemented? We are hearing that some of the manufacturing processes will be relocated to India. 40% of steel is going to be manufactured in India. So 40% of what is currently manufactured in Europe is going to be moved to India. What comes next? These projects, investment projects, are not well thought of and are not implemented correctly. And what is the effect? We need to bring resources from the US, from China, from Brazil. Well, I personally have nothing against China, but quite a lot of our industrial processes are moved to China because there are different rules that apply in this country. So we have ended up in a situation in which the imports of products from ArcelorMittal in China adversely affects the operation of ArcelorMittal in Europe or in Poland even.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, for what you have said. We listened to a very interesting presentation. Now is the time to act and not to analyze. I believe this is a postulate that is directed at the governments, but also at our social partners. Because we have to, as social partners, support our governments to test policies, to see whether they are functioning properly, and to introduce the necessary amendments. Thank you for heating up this debate. That was a very interesting contribution. And now I would like to pass on the microphone to my colleague from Fondazione SMA from Italy, Angelo.
Prima di tutto, quanto tempo ho? 24 minuti, giusto?
First of all, how much time do I have? 24 minutes? Or are you more hungry? Do we want to finish before that time? How much time do I have? All right.
Mi voglio agganciare subito al discorso del collega spagnolo, oltre che molto.
To start with, I'd like to refer back to what my colleague from Spain has said. This made a lot of sense, and I fully agree with what he said. Why? Us here in Europe, we do not speak like Europeans, we speak like nationalists, and I can say that of Italians as well. Our Prime Minister really does not speak on behalf of the whole of Europe when she goes and travels all around the world. She speaks on behalf of Italy. And we are seeing new channels opening between our country and America. When it comes to steel, then yes, of course, we would really like to have in our hands more steel. And another dangerous matter, atomic energy, nuclear energy. We are discussing this more and more these days. What I would like to say here is that us as Europeans, not as Italians, Hungarians, Poles, etc. We as Europeans need to be Europeans. We need to feel this in our hearts. When I was preparing a document that I wanted to present, I took a look at the situation on the current status quo with the introducing tariffs and the whole situation and the crisis between Russia and Ukraine. Every day we hear about new disputes between Trump and the rest of the world. And to add to that, we have the fake, I'd say, green transition, because it is not a real transition, because if we wanted to implement real transition, and then we have our representative in the European Commission that speaks of war, then I can't imagine war being clean and green and environmentally friendly. So, in my opinion, for us to make a step forward, the EWC, so this new channel, this new position to us, it is completely new. In Italy, we only have 31 EWCs, and after all, well, we have a lot of multinational companies. It's over 180 multinational companies, and out of them, we only have 31 EWCs that have been established. And a lot of them are completely unknown. Only some companies, the names of which I do not really recall, only some of them established EWCs. I believe it was Fiat, the company that didn't even realize that they had an EWC. So in such situation, the first thing to do is to disseminate the knowledge about our workshops, about the work that we have done, especially Giorgio, right? I believe Giorgio was among the experts that put in a lot of work into these meetings. I believe that we have to spread the knowledge about the project, and the colleagues that represent various companies need to learn about about the results of the project. And now let me also go back to what I said during our first meeting with Dominic. It was held online, and then I said, Dominic, look, I believe that my problem is that I can't communicate. I'm not able to communicate with the companies because of the management there. I tell them, let's establish an EWC. And in reply, what I get is, well, yeah, okay, perfect, let's do it. And that's it. But there are many more steps to perform when we want to establish a European Work Council, and they are all relevant. Despite that, I am very happy with the work that we have done, that we are still doing. And what I would like to emphasize towards the end of this part of the meeting is that we need to be a unified Europe. Europe that stands together. Some might say that, well, not everyone sees matters just like me, but we really need that. We need a joint position, a common stand. And another thing, my colleague from Spain talked about funds, about European funding that goes to the companies, and about trainings. We talked about the importance of trainings, employee trainings. Well, the problem in Italy is that the situation is actually the reverse. We have the necessary funds. We have the money that we need to organize trainings, at least at this point in time. But our problem is that we do not have money for anything else. So yes, we can go to a training, we can travel around the world, but we do not have money for anything else. We have become a country where there are considerable savings made on our security, and this is extremely dangerous. It's a bad place to be at. And at this point, I fear and I'm afraid to say that we need to do this and this precisely. But sometimes what we need to do is to apply common sense to all our actions. Unfortunately, I can't see that among our politicians. Hopefully, we'll be able to do something here on the other side of the barricade, to do something that will wake them up, wake the politicians up. Sorry to touch upon politics here, Dominique. I hope I managed to speak within the time limit. Thank you. Thank you. We all know that all the issues we're discussing here are closely related to politics, and we know that politics shapes the reactions of social partners, so that is intertwined. I understand that, and I'm trying all the time to note down your remarks and your comments, and later I will create a note and a summary of that. So thank you so much for speaking. Thank you to all our panelists. We still have time. We have time to discuss the challenges that were raised, the challenges that should be now the subject of discussions in EWCs. Now, the postulate is to think as a union to prepare a joint stand, a joint EU position. We need to think of EU integration. We need a call to action instead of ongoing consultation and analysis process. We also referred to trainings that, of course, are key, especially in the context of digitization and digital transition, but also in the context of the change of manufacturing processes when we're faced with decarbonization. We have also touched upon matters connected to a difficult business environment when it comes to the functioning of companies in Europe. Mr. Jarosław Kurdziel also stressed the fact that the legal regulations are not adapted or do not cover all contexts, especially now in this digital age that we live in. The necessity to store documents for 50 years, that seems pointless when we're able to digitize everything, like our today's conference, and the interpreting that goes to our ears straight from Krakow. It was a very interesting discussion, a very enriching one. And at this point, I'd like to encourage all our other partners to speak, to comment on the topics we've covered. So over to you now. I just wanted to refer back to what Giorgio said. It was very wise. I would like to say, I would like to wish ourselves that the Europeans see and understand that we no longer need to be afraid of Trump. This is an irrational man. He applies tariffs like something, it's like a lottery to him. Of course, this is a challenge, a global challenge, but it should be treated as such. We see what he is now, and we know who we're dealing with. We have some experience there, so this should strengthen us, empower the elites. We can't have any more doubts as to whether America will always stand by our side, because some certain things are now things of the past, and the Europe should be able to stand firmly on its own legs. Thank you. To sum up what was said by my colleagues, I agree we need to have a common stand, a common position as EU, as Europe, because we can't individually fight the USA, China, India. Only as Europe we can oppose them, and we can be partners in dialogue. Just in short, going back to what Jose said, scrap metal. This is the element, a byproduct of steel production, and Poland has been trying to put scrap metal on the list of strategic materials. Now, this is just scrap metal, and we have to pay high taxes for that. So I believe that we're carrying the burden of just one unwise regulation, one provision that shouldn't be there. And we've talked to MEPs, we've talked to politicians, and they can't see that. They can't see that they should only put one sentence in the legislation. They should classify scrap metal as a strategic material, it should not be treated as a byproduct. And right now, because of that, 90% of scrap metal goes to Turkey, to China, and we don't make money on that. Definitely not us, maybe someone else does. Thank you. Yes, I can see that there's a lot of areas where the legal regulations are incompatible with the current state of play in our industries. And I believe that this is something that should be first and foremost the subject of the discussions on the European level when it comes to new recasts and amendments, etc. If I might jump into the discussion, I'd like to say and to stress that nobody here, I believe, doubts the importance of the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in Europe, but we have doubts as to the implementation in practice of the European Green Deal policies. We've talked about electromobility and that there are pressures on introducing that, but this type of action won't bring the emissions down to such an extent that would satisfy us. I believe that retrofitting, thermal retrofitting of residential or public utility buildings would be a more fitting solution. So with the use of the same funds, we could achieve a much better result when it comes to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. And another good example, I believe, that comes straight from the sector we're talking about right now. It concerns steelworks production that might be moved outside of the EU. If this happens, then we won't get anything out of it, no profits. In return, we'll witness a significant job loss that might end in economic recession. So there are a lot of examples, and all of them indicate that EU policies are very often not well thought through. Very often a satisfactory and a satisfying result could be achieved in a different way. And in the meantime, there are pressures on certain areas that are controversial in terms of decarbonization. Go ahead, please take the floor.
Solo dos reacciones a tu comentario, Dominique.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to make a comment to your comment. The first one is that the EU needs to regulate the scrap metal market. Maybe it will take 10 years, and in 10 years' time, it will no longer be necessary. I'm appalled by the pace at which changes are being introduced on the European level. And another comment, it's not that the steelworks industry will be moved to Asia. It has been moved to Asia because ArcelorMittal has already the production capacity it needs abroad, outside of Europe. For now, yes, the company is still playing a game here on our ground, and it's trying to get money from different governments, but it already has the capacity to move all its production to Asia. And in such a scenario, scrap metal will be the gold of our time. It is a very valuable raw material, and instead of collecting it, we're exporting it to Turkey and other countries where there are no restrictions when it comes to the environment and climate protection. So we need to know how to protect ourselves from that. And the EU, in fact, won't make any decisions before 2035, and I'm not sure whether we should dwell on what would happen, what will happen after 2035. In the meantime, Canada, China, India, these countries are already producing things that we need here in Europe, and it's easy to import hydrogen to Europe. This is not difficult, but the question is whether we really want to get hydrogen from outside of the EU. And when we stop to manufacture steel in Europe, then of course we will meet the sustainability goal, the climate goal, because of course when we roll imported steel, then we're not producing as much CO2 as we would in the production process. But the downside to that is that Europe will face a lot of job losses, and other important matters might be at play.
Yes, even if we move production outside of the EU, the climate will not benefit from that. That happened in Krakow, for example. We've spoken about this at the social dialogue council. We were discussing the act on the pure air, and the authorities of Krakow wanted to directly implement the pure air zone regulations, but nobody actually took into consideration some facts. It only affected a part of the city, but nobody thought what a mother of a disabled child would do if she needs to take a child to the doctor and she has a car which is 10 years old. Should she pay higher tax to the city? Or another thing are the buses. The city cannot afford paying for 100 emission-free buses right now. But it's like Jose said, if we don't do anything about this now, we will lose in this game. We will be drowned with our own regulations. Indeed, it is true. Thank you very much for this remark. I also wanted to add something which is included in the title of our panel discussion. If we move away from steel production in Europe, because of these market mechanisms shaped by European policies, we will lose our independence in steel production. And steel is a strategic material, and it's necessary for us. We need it in our defense, we need it in our military. It's not pleasant to talk about it, perhaps, but we live and not in the times of peace. This short time window of peace that was 30 years long closed, and now we have to be realistic about what we need to do to protect ourselves, to defend ourselves. We need to strengthen our military. We need stronger armies, particularly in countries which have a common border with Russia. Also, maybe on the Iberian Peninsula, this problem does not seem that urgent, but the colleagues from Poland and Romania definitely know what I'm talking about. This is a very tangible issue for us. So moving away this manufacturing from a capability from Europe is actually harming us. Let me give you another example that shows how boiling this issue is. You know very well that in Ukraine, no passenger flights are carried out. Only military planes fly over Ukraine. And the only possibility for people from Ukraine, including the politicians, to go from Ukraine elsewhere is to use the airport in Poland. This is near Rzeszów. It's close to the border of Poland, and it's the capital city of the Subcarpathian region. And as far as I know, it's the most military strengthened and airport all over Europe, with a lot of advanced military technologies and weapons and electronics. And this is in Poland, in the European Union. So the EU is also involved in that war. So when we speak about resilience, we need to also speak about defending ourselves from the threat from Russia. And this is the reality in which we are now living. It is true what you have said. This is important. We are going to have lunch soon, and I want to mention important things before lunch. Poland has nationalized one steel plant, and it gives a signal to the people working in the steel industry. And so Izmittal moving away the steel plants from Europe. At the EWC meeting, we heard that France is working intensively, and perhaps starting on the 1st of July, they will start renationalizing their assets. Maybe they will repurchase some assets from Mittal. During the meetings, we made certain accusations. We told them, why are you not telling us everything? Why are you not retrofitting the kilns? Why are you not buying electric kilns? But where is it profitable? In India only now. Thank you. Okay, so now we are facing a dilemma. Should we stick to the agenda and take a break now and go for lunch, or should we continue our very vital discussion? So if you want to respond to anything that has been said, then please go ahead.
No, io sto a dieta, quindi non faccio mangiare nemmeno a voi. No?
Yes, I wanted to say that
rispondere al collega per la storia delle acciaierie.
I simply need to respond to something that a colleague said about steel plants. We are tackling a major issue, and it's different between the Eastern and Western Europe. The companies that operate here, they usually have a branch in India or in China. And these plants do not offer good working conditions. There is even abuse there. But I don't want to go into details. So what happens now is that these companies try to make their operations more international. Also, when it comes to purchasing raw materials, they apply the same strategy. In Italy, we have a military complex and we have large players in the defense industry, and they need these materials, raw materials. And there are also aerospace companies, and they also need raw materials. And they need to source materials such as gold and rare earth minerals. The technologies that are employed actually use these raw materials such as gold. So if we use these technologies, that means we also use these raw materials, including gold. And this is the problem that Ukraine is facing. They experience the same problems and challenges. We have to work together. And I'm always open for collaboration, and thank you very much.
Solo un pequeño dato relacionando lo que acaba de decir Josep.
There is just one thing I wanted to say, a comment on what Joseph said. The energy transition, it's a sort of relocation of manufacturing capabilities. If we replace kiln with a new kiln, electric kiln with much less capacity, then something wrong is happening. That's not right. Let's say this old kiln manufactured 2.5 million tons a year, and the new kiln only manufactures half of that. So let's carefully look at what is being done and what the effects are. Thank you. All right, I am happy that our discussion is so lively. Let's now break for lunch, and we will continue our discussion panel after the lunch break, and then I'm sure we will return to the same topics we have already been discussing. Thank you very much and have a nice lunch. food. I always appreciate this type of cuisine, and our task is quite difficult. And I was really afraid of that the weather here is so great that people are not willing to work on the topics and tasks we have set ourselves for today. But the final task on our agenda may be also controversial and may even provoke more debates. But before we start our debate, I have one housekeeping announcement, and it is about one of our deliverables. As you know quite well, we developed an e-learning tool as part of this project. And we need to report the number of people who have completed this online course. And I have a request to you. When you get back to your countries, could you please disseminate this e-platform among your contacts, organizations, whether it's trade unions or employer organizations, so that as many people as possible complete the course. And that's very important for us because we need to account for the deliverables. And when writing the report, a summary report from this project, the leader needs to actually report the number of people who have used each of the deliverables we have generated. And for this online course, we need to report how many people have completed this. This is counted automatically. You don't need to worry about how to get the data. This platform simply registers a new IP address and automatically adds up the number of users. So don't worry about this. But I would like you to disseminate information about this e-learning platform to as many people as possible, to as wide an audience as possible, so that many people get to know about this. All right, that was just one technical remark. And now we are moving on to the final item on our agenda, and it's going to be a panel discussion with participation of our colleagues from Croatia, Romania, Poland, and Spain. And this panel will be devoted to action that Jose called us to take now. So we will be discussing the actions we could possibly take. What could the trade unions do? What could the employer associations do? How to put pressure on the general public to strengthen the social dialogue in multinational corporations. Also, we need to apply these recommendations to the European Green Deal and to the digital policies, which turned out to be really hot topics in our debate before lunch. And in this discussion panel, we will have contributions from the Croatian trade unions, from Romanian trade union Cartel Alpha, and then the floor will be taken by the representative of Polish trade unions from ArcelorMittal. And we have also planned for the Confederation of Employers from Andalusia to take the floor. So this is our plan for the afternoon. I think that we can expect some interesting and vital discussions. Without further ado, let us ask Mariana to take the floor.
Evo Mirjana iz Sindikata metalaca Hrvatske.
Mirjana from the Trade Union of Metal Workers in Croatia. I have some notes prepared by our national expert, Darko Šeperić. And these notes are really pertinent to the topic of our discussion. Let me just read them out. So the topic is planning activities for successful policies for the operation of EWCs. What can unions, employers, and public institutions do to strengthen social dialogue in multinational companies? Okay. EWCs are a body for ensuring information and consultation with the employees. And they are not a body for collective bargaining. It's the trade unions that are responsible for collective bargaining. EWCs are an important element of social dialogue between employers and employees at an above national level. So we should use the opportunities offered by EWCs, and we should build on that and strengthen the dialogue at multinational companies.
Okay. Sorry. I saw something is not good. Okay. Članovi Evropskih radničkih vijeća iz Hrvatske,
Members of EWCs in Croatia believe that the greatest benefit is in obtaining information that they cannot obtain at a national level. And they can get to know about the operations of the company at the global arena. And they need that information to engage in consultations in Croatia. And they also need that information to start collective bargaining in Croatia. That's why trade unions must ensure that employees want to engage in EWCs so that they can combine that experience and maybe operate better at a national level. And we need to raise the awareness about EWCs, and it will have a positive impact on their operation in the future. We need to take a positive approach to the EWCs, and trade unions must ensure that employers comply with the EWC directive. They need to carry out the information and consultation procedures. They need to hold elections to EWCs. If you take a serious approach to EWCs, and as a trade union, it will ensure that also employers treat them seriously, and this will strengthen the EWCs and their operations. And it will not just be a facade body, it will be a true body that focuses on important matters rather than trivial matters. And in order to strengthen EWCs, we must define the competencies and the rights of EWC members in the agreement between the EWC and the management. Especially, you need to define the working time and the conditions. This will also strengthen EWCs and improve the standards of their operation. It is also important to distinguish between the operational and financial responsibility between the central management and the branches of the company. Okay, and also it's important that EWC members exchange their experiences and the members of EWCs can exchange their opinions, their views, and even though the EWC members can come from various companies and sectors, they can still gain from learning from each other. So there should be other ways in which they can meet. EWCs need quite a lot of time to learn about what it involves to be an EWC member and to acquire the skills necessary to perform this function well. That's why it's important that more experienced EWC members share their knowledge with less experienced EWC members. For example, when their term of office comes to an end. And when that happens, the former EWC members could act as members for the new EWC members. And the trade unions could also support them and help to organize the entire process. Trade unions must also identify areas that relate to the conditions at work and that lie within the area of competence of the EWCs. It is clear that EWCs will not, of course, negotiate wages, but you can still come to certain agreements with the employer. For example, regarding training or regarding prevention of stress or burnout at workplace or regarding work time organization. These are very important topics for the trade union. And if we are successful in doing that, perhaps the importance of EWCs and trade unions will be finally recognized. EWCs are still an abstract term for both employers and employees. They might be familiar with the name, but they don't see a reason why they should get involved or even disseminate information about them. So what's important is that we showcase good examples from companies and corporations, and we should demonstrate the results of operation of the EWCs. Thank you very much. That's all from Croatia.
Dziękuję serdecznie za to wystąpienie.
Thank you very much for this contribution. Thank you for these very specific recommendations and actions that should be taken to strengthen EWCs. Mirjana, thank you very much. And now the floor is given to Romania and a colleague from the trade unions. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy that I can address you today in this panel. I will be speaking about the most boiling issue in our sector. I have listened carefully to all the remarks that have been made about the state of affairs in our industry, about factories being relocated, about scrap metal being sold to other countries, and about other raw materials being sold. In our industry, it's the financial industry, we are facing other types of problems. And actually, the accelerated digitalization and artificial intelligence threaten our jobs. I must emphasize that the European Works Council plays a very important role in the insurance industry. The changes are constant, and we must address all the risks that come up, social risks, climate risks, etc. Recently, digitalization has accelerated in our industry so much. We have big data, we have other tools that fundamentally change the way in which customers interact with us or use our services. The rules are getting stricter. The transparency rule and social responsibility lead to rapid changes. And the way in which employees are distributed is changing rapidly. At present, an EWC must be a very vibrant channel for passing on information, and it must affect the decision-making process. It must affect the way mergers and acquisitions are carried out. It must affect the entire corporate policy. And trust is of paramount importance in our industry. Customers must simply trust our business. Trade unions must constitute a driver of change, but a change that is fair to everyone involved. Right now, we are facing a huge impact of technology on our workplaces.
I understand. Transformarea asistenților din call center în analiști de date sau în specialiști de gestionare a riscurilor digitale.
Call center employees have been changed into data analysts. And it is our role to create very strong network of trade unions in our sector so that we can have a meaningful impact on the management decisions. We must create trade union associations or groups that would work on such topics as data digitalization.
Identificăm corect și la timp ce posturi
and we must properly and timely analyze which jobs are essential in a given company so that we can organize work efficiently.
Niște oameni care au dus greu companiei să plece din companie, iar apoi să recrutăm pe noile posturi.
It's not the right way if we leave the people who have worked for our companies for years and we replace them with others because of the digitalization processes, and we don't need that many people any longer. Our industry will not succeed if we do not ensure that employers are involved not only in administrative processes, but also in long-term actions.
Și respectarea drepturilor în această nouă eră a inteligenței artificiale și a monitorizării digitale.
We have started a new era of artificial intelligence operation.
Inteligența artificială.
The speaker is quite fast.
ESG și reglementări internaționale. Din punctul de vedere al rolului instituțiilor publice. În România am avut norocul unui dialog tripartit adevărat și corect.
We were lucky that in Romania a real trilateral dialogue has happened, has taken place, and the Minister of State, the Secretary of State and the Ministry of Labour supports us in these intersectoral negotiations. And I don't know what the situation is like in other countries, but in our country, in Romania, after we signed a sectoral agreement,
Ministerul Muncii ne-a sprijinit mult.
The Ministry of Labour helped us a lot, and when it comes to collective labor agreements, then on the sectoral level, we have a new resolution, government resolution, and right now we're at this stage where we have a tripartite committee established. We don't know what will happen in the future yet. There's another round of negotiations underway in Romania when it comes to the creation of the new government. So there's quite a lot of emotions connected to that. We're waiting for the new Minister of Labour because we had various experiences here, some of them negative, and we do hope that the Ministry of Labour and the left wing, we're hoping that the left-wing party will take over the Ministry of Labour now, and we will be able to continue our work when it comes to this area. And if this tendency goes on for longer, then we will consider ourselves satisfied when it comes to social dialogue with law-making institutions. As far as our institutions, our offices are concerned, those that are responsible for the banking sector, the insurance sector, these institutions ensured us of their support. The only problem, if I might call it so, a problem, is to make certain employers aware of European work councils and make them more open towards European work councils. There's still a lot of organizations, especially those working in the insurance industry, that are not keen on the establishment of EWCs. In the meantime, the trade unions, their cooperation at the national level is not the best possible. And as a result of that, it is very difficult to create EWCs on the level of those national companies. When it comes to the banking sector, the situation here is better. Most banks that come from countries with a long tradition of social dialogue and unionization, such as Italy with UniCredit, Société Générale in France, all of these institutions, these banks have their EWCs. They hold regular meetings once every semester. They present their strategies and they hold consultations with trade unions. Sometimes there's more meetings and more consultations, sometimes less, but this process is there, the mechanism is there. When it comes to the insurance industry, it is, as I've mentioned, there's less EWCs, but we're doing our best to arrive at the place we want to be in. I'm sorry that I spoke so fast and the interpreters couldn't catch up. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation and for painting the image of how the situation in the banking sector looks like in Romania. This gives us a wider outlook on the situation. It's only owing to our interpreters that we are able to communicate. That is true. So it is good to bear in mind that we need to keep a reasonable pace, because of course our discussions sometimes get very heated and we might be tempted to speak faster, but I believe that all of us will all benefit from that if we allow our interpreters to work comfortably. And we also, us as presenters, as speakers, we need to learn that as well. This is one of the skills we need in order to be able to work with interpreters. Thank you very much for your input. And now I would like to invite the representative of the Polish trade union in ArcelorMittal, representative. Over to you. I'll start then. And I might add that onto that practical topics that were discussed by Miguel before me. Of course, I believe that what is needed is some sort of wisdom on the part of trade unions and employers and employees. Today, we're counting on dialogue, calm and informative. We are glad and happy to talk to our employer. We're able to discuss various matters that are important to our employees with the employer. And in ArcelorMittal, we were one of the few companies, the few EWCs that were able to get an agreement to raise the wages of our employees. So this is our success. Then trainings. We organize trainings from 60 to 100 people that last 3 days. And the employer usually comes to the training with us. We have our lawyer from the trade union, from the headquarters. We also have the HR director and other representatives present at the training. We're talking about various matters with learning a lot, and we can arrive at conclusions that are of benefit and solutions that are of benefit to all parties. That is a bit different than in the headquarters in Luxembourg, where we're in a trade union with Jose Manuel, and there we saw various bizarre situations. For instance, there was a lady that came on the 5th of January, and she said that starting from February, they are closing one of the plants. And then we said, well, why? What's happening? Where are consultations? Where's the whole process? So we shook the entire management of ArcelorMittal there. The process couldn't be reversed, but we managed to secure good severance for our employees. Of course, we know that everyone wants a job and not money, but we managed to provide severance pay for our employees, the so-called E48. So they got paid for 48 months of work. So that's another success. That's our success. In Luxembourg, it looks a bit differently. Until very recently, they thought they didn't need to inform us of anything. This is a listed company, and starting from Easter, so from April this year up until today, we've received 5 invitations. One of them is to a meeting that will be held on 11th of June, and this will be concerning moving part of employee groups to India. What did we do when faced with that information? We produced a statement of us, from us, a European Works Council, and a special announcement that will be published in the press and broadcast in the media. We organized an event, a protest, a demonstration, and we got the support of other companies that are closer to Luxembourg. And surprise, surprise, very quickly, the employer told us, please put forward all your suggestions, your questions, give me 4 days, I will produce an answer and we'll hold another meeting. And then during that meeting, we'll try to come to a conclusion, to an agreement. Luckily, this is what is going on, and hopefully we will get an explanation, because we don't know where the problem is. We don't really know what financial results they want to attain, what this will give us, transferring these groups to India. Of course, the head responsible, the director responsible for the EWC is said that it's lovely when an employee, a worker works for 16 to 20 hours a day and you're working only 8 hours a day. Well, this hurts, really. It's absurd. And as I've said, this is a listed company. They don't like some of our ways of doing things, but hopefully on June 11th, well, I'm sure we'll not produce a positive opinion. Probably it will be a negative one, but in accordance with the directive, with the rules, the binding regulations, it doesn't really matter whether it's positive or negative. This is supposed to be an impetus for action. What else is there in the agreement? We're negotiating. We've been negotiating a new agreement for 6 years. We can't finish and finalize the process, but we have trainings that are part of the agreement. And there's, for instance, a 2-day training for members of the European Work Council. Very interesting trainings. So we're trying to do our best. Another thing, in Poland, we are trying to act smart, because today a member of a trade union can't simply hold up a flag, and we need the wisdom, we need to be smart, but we need to be smart on both sides of the barricade. In Poland, there's no one in the management that's outside of Poland. We only have Polish people on the management board. Previously, there were people from India there. Right now, it's only Poles. I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing, but the dialogue is much smoother. It flows better. Maybe it's because we're sharing the same mentality, the same attitude towards life and work. The good thing is that we have good relationship with our employer in Poland. So I do hope that that gives us a good position to sign the agreement we're counting on. What Józef said was this bird's eye view on things, but we're at a place where a trade unionist needs to think like an employer, and an employer needs to think like a trade unionist. We need to understand one another, because we can't simply give someone an answer no or yes. That is counterproductive, and these times are gone. There was a demonstration in Warsaw on May 21st, and around 700,000 trade union members participated from various parts of the country. And I will give you an example. There's a company, Cognor, it's private, and the director, the head of the company, withheld production, and he put everyone on a bus and they went to Warsaw for the demonstration. Before, it was unthinkable. It was unimaginable that employees, that workers would get a day off to go to a demonstration. So finally, we're at this point where even the employers see that it's a dead end. We're in a symbiosis as trade unionists and as employers. We need to cooperate, we need to understand each other, because otherwise the situation will get worse and worse. So now, just adding on to what SUSEP said, on the national level, I believe that the main problem of the EU, it's not only according to me, but also to my colleagues, we're faced with a lot of bureaucracy. It can't go on and on for years, like Jose said. Decisions that should be made in a quarter, maybe half a year, they should be made fast. And instead, the thing is that they're being mulled over and the whole process takes such a long time that reality changes before the decision is even made. And I believe that we can influence the decision-making process. I know it's hard work, the hard work done by our MEPs, but we need to put pressure on them. We need to put pressure on our representatives in the EU so that they can see things clearly, because the capital won't wait for the EU to get things sorted out. And the capital will, the investors will choose India, will choose China, because it will be cheaper to conduct business there. What follows? Politics. The elites constantly wonder that populists are in power, but where does it come from? More and more people are feeling threatened, and the EU is not communicating very well. We have all those glorious ideas that are the foundations of the EU as an organization that is without precedent in the history of mankind. It's a beautiful idea, it's a beautiful concept of having 27 member states cooperating, but you can't simply think of ideas. You need to communicate, and people need to understand that there are certain costs connected with those ideas. From my point of view and the point of view of my colleagues, there's no communication in the EU, hence frustration, hence problems that are multiplied. And we're trying our best, we're doing our best, but we have certain limitations and our hands are tied. Going back to tripartite dialogue, the week before the demonstration, a special committee for metallurgy was gathered, and the Prime Minister himself came to participate in social dialogue. And Prime Minister Tusk came to see us. He listened to our ailments and our regrets and our complaints, and then we proceeded with the demonstration. He didn't go out to meet us there, but we received information that he wants to meet with the committee and to declare that he is cutting down on power prices, on the costs of energy. Of course, I'm not from the finance sector, so I can't really talk in depth about the deficit, etc. But if we get from 20 to 30 billions in these reductions, then we will be on the verge as an economy. We'll see what happens. But if this can be put in practice, then we will become very competitive when it comes to the metal industry.
Mi-a plăcut foarte mult ce a spus Marek referitor la
I really liked what Marek said,
să se pună în pielea
that
angajatorului și invers,
the trade
angajatorul
unionist must also walk in the shoes of an employer,
pentru
and the employer must
care
walk in the shoes
lucrăm
of a
partea
trade
socială.
unionist, because us trade union members
Angajatorii noștri au început să
actually keep
înțeleagă
the
că
peace,
feedback-ul
and
cel mai
the
corect
employers
spre
started
nemulțumirile și
understanding
necesitățile
that
angajaților vine nu pe
the,
filiera managerială,
the
ci
best
pe filiera
feedback
sindicală.
about the problems that the company is facing comes from the trade unions, not from the middle management. Because sometimes people are afraid to report problems to their superior, and if they are asked, is everything all right? They say, yes, of course. But this person opens up and airs their problems to a trade union, and then they can share the pain points with a trade union. Okay, and the other thing I wanted to say is that you have an advantage in your industry relative to our industry, because you can stage a demonstration in the streets. Our sector can't do it. In our sector, the most important thing is trust. So if we go to the streets, the customers will say, something is wrong with this bank. I need to withdraw all my money. And then the bank will go bankrupt. So our protests need to have a softer form, a milder form. But we have our own tactics, of course, as trade unions in the banking sector. So first, when a problem arises, we start a mediation between the trade unions and the employers. And this mediation is conducted with the help of the National Labor Inspection. And we usually are able to come to an agreement. If we cannot, then the next step is to go on strike. General strike, warning strike, different types of strikes. There is also another instrument we can resort to, and it's a threat to the employers. We can stage a demonstration in front of the head office. What else we can do? We can inform the state authorities, for example, the town hall and other authorities, that on this particular date and at this particular time, we are going to stage a demonstration. And then the employer gets an information in writing that there is going to be a protest before their headquarters. And then they invite us to talks. So these are the options that we have as trade unionists in our sector. Actually, we only went on strike once in our industry. 20 years ago, when a Raiffeisen Bank entered the Romanian market, and it's an Austrian company, and the employer couldn't come to an agreement with the employees. And then there was a strike. And since that time, we haven't had any strikes. The only thing we had were demonstrations in front of the company's head office. So these are the forms of protests that are available to us. I also want to ask a question. Some of you said that some workers were laid off and they were given a severance payment equal to 48 of their salaries. So it's a lot. In our country, you can only get a severance for 12 months. This is the so-called E24 and E48 mechanism. So on the day on which your work is terminated, then you get a bank transfer of your 48 salaries. It's like a severance payment. Then you get 200 or 300,000 Polish zlotys. It's calculated on the basis of your average salary, and you get that multiplied by 48 times, and then on the next day, he or she is free to go to another job. They're not obliged to work. I see, but this is quite generous, 48 salaries. In Romania, the maximum you could get is a 12-month salary. Well, we have simply negotiated that generous severance because a lot of layoffs took place. This is the reason. I would like to congratulate you on this achievement, because that's a very generous severance. That's the highest I have heard of so far in my life. There is a steel plant. 1,700 people were laid off, and they also got E48. So severance equal to 48 salaries. Some people even got 400,000 zlotys. This year, they closed down a coke plant, and they will also get an E48 mechanism. We said, if you don't provide it, the employer, we will go to the streets, and they have no alternative. We were very firm in our position. So the coke plant could have a continued operation, yet it is going to be closed down. Where is the Galanti steel plant? In Romania? We sold our coke to Romania and many other places. And why did they want to close down the plant? I don't know, but if they do want to close it, they need to pay up. So, congratulate you. I want to congratulate you on this. Unfortunately, we work in two totally different sectors. So steel production and metallurgy is quite different from the sector we are in. So coal mining, actually nobody wants to do coal mining any longer. So what's the difference between someone who worked in metallurgy and they were sacked? They have very little chance of finding another job, because all other plants, steel plants, were closed down. And I'm not saying this is a very attractive sector to work for young people, because it's hard work as well. During the break, I had a conversation with my colleague, and we said that in Romania, there is a plant with 200 years of tradition, and it was closed down by the Russian company, and the state sold the receivables, and the receivables were purchased by the biggest motorway company, and now they are going to reopen the plant, and they are going to employ 750 people until the full production is restored, and all of their output is used for the construction of motorways in Romania. For us, it's good news, because it's the first steel plant that is going to be reopened in the last 30 years. In Gałacz, it only works at 10 or 15% of its capacity relative to what we had 30 years ago. So we are waiting and we are praying for all of this to become a success. You have touched many topics, very interesting topics. We have the coal company in Poland. They have a very strong volleyball team. I am a fan of this team. And I can tell you, this is a state-owned company. It has 12 billion zloty debt. And there are plans to close down the last mine for coking coal, because other coal is half the price of the one we have in Poland, and it comes from Australia, even with the transport cost on top of it. So it's not profitable anymore. Indeed, we have changed the topic a little, but there were comments and there were questions, so it was very reasonable to proceed in this way. But of course, in our agenda, we have a contribution by Miguel. Yeah, but Miguel has learned all of the new information and he can respond to it. Over to you.
Voy a contar el
All right.
que venía preparado. Pero voy a hacer
Let me tell you all the boring things I have prepared for my contribution. But I'll be really quick so that I want to respond to what we have discussed so far. Okay, we are a regional confederation, and I told you about the size of our organization. We have only a few multinational corporations within our confederation. Let me tell you about EWCs and our role with respect to it. We disseminate knowledge. We inform EWCs about projects like ours. I have also been a member of various working groups in Spain and in Europe, and we exchange information. And in these working groups, we listen to what others say, we learn about best practice, and we disseminate this knowledge to our members. And we try to raise an awareness among the general public. So we generally say, what's up at BMW, what's up at other large corporations, which do not come from Andalusia, but which operate here and in which we are interested because we follow what's going on in them. And this is what we can do within the capability of our organization. We also try to promote the creation of new policies. We work with the local government, the regional government of Andalusia, and we are a social partner. And we also operate at the Committee of Regions, Regional Committee at the European level. And in Andalusia, we try to speak with our government and with political parties and disseminate the knowledge to them. And this is how we can support EWCs, to talk about them, to support them, disseminate knowledge about them. As for the operation of EWCs, this is a far more complex issue. And let me focus on Andalusia. In EWCs, we during an EWC meeting, we take part in such meetings, but we are actually present in many other forums. We have 250 different memberships where our voice can be heard. And we also have a landscape park, and we are a member of its committee. And many different companies are interested in this landscape park. And that's why a social dialogue is carried out, and we are involved in this dialogue. We are a highly representative employer organization. That's why we are invited to tables for negotiations. A couple of days ago, on the 21st of May, and the leader was sacked, and he was from Andalusia. Why was he sacked? Because his group didn't like his political views. Thanks to the work that we do and our predecessors have done, we are a representative body. In our region, in Andalusia, we are proud and that we have social peace in our region, in general terms, although there are some exceptions. Recently, in Cadix, there was a conflict at the workplace, and even some social unrest occurred, and somebody even put fire to a bridge. But generally, it's an exception, and we can say that this area is peaceful. I'm happy when Yusuf said that he managed to achieve a lot of agreements at the national level. And I can see that your country is moving forward, that you are making progress. Poland has made a huge progress over the last 10 or 15 years. So I'm happy that this is the case. What can we do as organization to strengthen social dialogue? We can defend it, we can be present in social dialogue, and we can train our members and our management. Within our organization, I am a hired worker. I've been hired by the management of our organization. And within our organization, we conduct training courses in many different topics. We also have courses for entrepreneurs. We have a course for a restaurant owner. For example, a restaurant was opened in this landscape park I just mentioned, and he could take part in that training. And we try to provide training in various topics. Let me also mention that this landscape park is one of the biggest in Europe. Okay, speaking about multinational companies, by definition, they are not national companies. You couldn't say this is a Spanish company or this is a German company. Where is ArcelorMittal listed? At what exchange? I don't know. ArcelorMittal is listed on the New York Stock Exchange and Madrid Stock Exchange. I'm not sure if the majority of ArcelorMittal capital is European or it comes from other countries. Okay, so it's the European capital. Okay, as far as I know, multinational companies and the capital, they do not have a nationality. The capital will always locate its production or manufacturing site where it is most competitive and most profitable. So what can I say? I am not sure if I have shared with you information about the companies that made $15 million on jams. It's a true story. I want to share it with you, but it sounds like a joke. Soon after Brexit, we brought an expert from Brussels, and he wanted to tell us about the consequences of Brexit for exporters. And we contacted 8 exporters that depended on sale on the UK market. And an expert from Brussels spoke about geopolitics, about the exchange rates, etc. And when he finished, then the tallest person in the room from Andalusia, he said, the turnover of my company is 50 million euro and 10 million comes from the sale of gems to the UK. What shall I do now? And that expert from Brussels didn't know where to hide because he didn't know the answer. And this gentleman from Andalusia keeps selling his gems, and he keeps selling mostly on the UK market. So nothing has changed for him. Coming back to the role we need to play in social dialogue, first of all, we must believe in a social dialogue. New political parties, populist and extremist political parties emerge all over Europe. We need to talk with them. They do not want to talk to us. They are quite arrogant people. They believe we are a part of the system, and they are anti-system by definition. Despite that, we need to try to talk to them, not only to the extremist parties, but also to the far left parties. And we need to realize we live in the best part of the world, despite all, and we must adapt to change. And the change is inevitable. And this is our role. Thank you very much.
One interesting fact, for 14 years in Małopolska, this is our region, our voivodeship, I've been on the committee that monitors the spending of EU funds, and we're doing all sorts of assessments of projects, etc. And it is always the case that when during the last meeting we're learning about the new topic and new goals, what do? Owing to the trade union, when we're faced with a new domain, a new topic, we are conducting a training straight away for all members of management boards and their deputies so that we know how to react, we know what it's about, who can benefit from it, etc., etc. We get it all just in front of us and we can use all the knowledge. That's really great. Adding on to what Miguel said, there's this saying, I don't remember, it comes from a Greek philosopher. He said that the biggest constant in life is change. It's a paradox, but it is very wise because everything keeps changing all the time. Thank you. Parmenides, thank you. I thought it was another philosopher, Heraclitus. When he was looking at the river, he concluded that everything is flowing, it's never constant. But regardless of which philosopher it was, well, the author of that saying, he observed water and concluded everything is ever flowing, it's never constant. I really like it. Philosophy has always been close to my heart. It's one of my favorite domains. Yes, we need more philosophers. I'm very happy that the conversation took this turn. I will gladly follow you and maybe join you during a philosophy seminar. I'm really enjoying this area. Thank you for all your inputs. As you can see, there are a lot of topics, a lot of areas we need to discuss, we want to discuss, and this is beautiful that our partnership reflects the diversity of our perspectives, our points of view. What is interesting also is that the presentations, the statements made by the panelists now concentrated on the need, the necessity for social dialogue, consultation processes. So I believe that we see eye to eye on that matter, and we should continue this, and we should convince others, those unconvinced, that social dialogue and consultation processes are necessary. We also discussed some threats to these models. You mentioned populist movements, populist parties, and I myself might add that some of those parties are Russian-based, and they are just part of this hybrid warfare that is waged. So let's not forget about that. We live in a world full of disinformation, anti-Semitism, different forms of discrimination that are all here to destabilize our countries, to influence the election processes. There was an example of these actions being taken in Romania. That's a very concrete example. And I believe that the current presidential election campaign in Poland is also suffering from disinformation. And in this context, in this landscape, our trade unions and our organizations are a very important element of for providing stability across the board, across the EU. And we can put pressure on political parties. We can influence them. Of course, this was a digression. We started with philosophy and now we ended with this. But that's how it goes sometimes. Now I believe is the time to add on to what has been said, to refer to some of the statements made by our panelists. Maybe you would like to share your thoughts, your ideas. Go on. One sentence from me. You talked about dialogue, about a trilateral committee. We're now at a stage where various regulations are created or being passed, and I'd love for us to put these rules of social dialogue there in all types of regulations, all types of documents. I believe that this will do us good. Both parties, both the organizations of employers and trade unions, I believe that we need this preamble that touches upon social dialogue.
Allora, io se non erro già un'altra volta l'avevo detto e se non sbaglio c'era anche lei, Joseph, in un altro...
I have already spoken and I think Yusef was present then. During another discussion, I presented my standpoint, and back then we talked about this particular case, a case where social dialogue took place among atypical workers. Miguel was present there as well. And during that discussion, we managed to come up with a document that was to be passed on to the European Commission. And I believe that the European Commission took it into account because in the latest recast, we see a mention of all the postulates that we've come up with. So I believe that we might use it again, perhaps modify it slightly, and we can use it again in the context of our discussion on EWCs and this project. That's all from me. Oh, and one more thing, if I may. Taking into consideration the fact that we talked about trees and jam, I'd like to say that the real problem we're facing today, the real problem is not one that is connected with private companies and private capital. The biggest problem we're facing are those big financial companies that do real harm. I don't know if you are familiar with Fabriano 4 card. These are documents from the 13th century. But this example, it gives an example of a plant, of a factory that existed since the 12th century, and it was shut down, not because the situation there was bad, but because it made less money than expected. It was 250,000 less than expected, than forecasted. So I believe sometimes it is difficult to talk about what we'd like to achieve in these kinds of situations. The management comes and they tell us, you don't know how to work because you're not able to fulfill our estimates, to fulfill our requirements. And another thing that should be clear, we should do everything in our power to protect our business. And that's all from me. Yes. Oh, there's someone else willing to speak. Go ahead. We're living in a world that is very bizarre at times. And there's the option of managing, buying out. We can buy out employees when there's a need, the management buyout principle. Sometimes, what I'm trying to say by this, sometimes employers are bribed. This is the world we live in. Yes, I believe that at this point we would need to move on to a meta conversation, and we should then talk about capitalism and managerial capitalism and strong pressure on a short return on investment, a quick return on investment, short management contracts that are 1 or 2 years long, and the managers have 1 or 2 tasks. They should, for instance, produce a greater ROI. And this is a complicated matter. And it's a question about social responsibility of this kind of attitude, of this approach. This is, I believe, a characteristic of a particular group or particular type of managers. I would not like to generalize here. These are very specific, aggressive business models that are being implemented in some corporations. Fortunately, not in all of them. There are business models that respect social dialogue and that respect employees. Of course, rentability is a value that is of utmost importance to the company, but it's not the only value for those companies that value social dialogue. And trade unions are here to remind companies of that. Not only trade unions, after all, because those employers' organizations that have their valuable insight, they can draw the company's attention to issues such as the environmental responsibility and other matters that are important from their perspective. I can see we're starting to digress, and we're talking less and less about EWCs, so maybe this is the right time to close the conversation for today, and we will reopen the discussion tomorrow in the morning. What do you think? The leader, do you agree? Yes. I'd like to invite you now then to a walk around Malaga. All right. I will now pass on the mic to our leader. Thank you. That's all from me. Let me say this. Thank you. Thank you to our interpreters in Kraków. This was very hard work today. Tomorrow, we'll try to keep it calmer, but of course, the meeting is shaping up to be very interesting as well. Thank you once again for participating so actively in this session. Thank you, Dominic, who's in charge of the agenda. And do we have dinner tonight? Dinner at 7 p.m., 7:30 p.m. Am I right? Please correct me if I'm wrong. It's from 7:30 p.m. until 10 p.m. Yes. So dinner between 7:30 and 10 p.m. Beautiful weather, and I believe we need to refresh our minds. So let's have a walk. Let's walk around Malaga, and I'll see you at dinner. We'll meet tomorrow. I also like to invite you to participate actively, just like today. This is work of the whole team, and I'm really glad that you're participating so actively in our work, in our discussions. I'm not sure, Miguel, if you're happy because we haven't managed to include all of your ideas, but maybe tomorrow that will be the case. Thank you.